bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1. From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bank at realradio921.com. That's bank. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Welcome to January 30th.
Welcome back. Today is a very special day.
And I think I smell croissants.
It is National Croissant Day.
Croissant.
Croissant.
Would you like a croissant?
We are celebrating National Croissant Day this morning.
Croissant?
Ooh, croissants.
It's croissant.
Croissants. I love croissants.
Oh, yeah.
It's showtime. Color me happy. There's a sofa in here for two.
First time in an elevator.
Penthouse.
The Penthouse. Wow, great view. I bet you can see all the way to the ocean from out here.
Penthouse, top floor, got everything I need and a lot more. High ceilings, marble floor, and my penthouse.
Hey, Mr. Greek, can I get your autograph?
Hey, Greek, what's happening, pal?
I'm 6 deep behind a 4. You can't find me.
Oh my God, it's Greek.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Here's The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yeah, we got a lot coming at you. We're like a Bellagio blackjack dealer. We're going to throw it at you all day long today. You have a $1,000 chance to win $1,000 13 times a day. Franny's already cracking up. You don't have 1,000 chances. You got 13.
$1,000 chance.
Whatever.
You know, who cares?
We're going to tell you about Sunfest. Nobody here. Nobody here. We got our Super Bowl trivia question coming at you. We got 10 days for that. So far, you guys are 0-1. You better make it happen because I don't want a 75-inch in our studio.
I mean, why not?
I do.
Right? I think it sounds wonderful.
Well, Jimmy, if you need one for the house, I would give it to you for the house. That'd be very nice. Be my little donation. If the audience goes 0 for 10.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good at home.
Freddy, I know you don't need one.
There's more.
I don't. You're right.
Well, you have so many TVs.
I don't.
Yeah,
I said I don't. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
All right, it's up to the audience. You guys better hit one of these trivia
I have
questions.
a feeling you can do it. We can at least get one winner.
Yeah,
so we're doing this. Yeah, 10 days, right? 10 days worth of Super Bowl trivia questions.
9 now.
No, well, yes, I meant total. But we did have somebody yesterday and unfortunately did not get it.
We'll get down to the last one. There's no winner. Will be. What is Patrick Mahomes' number?
Yeah. and then all the 9 before, like, damn you guys.
Jeez. I had to know the Vikings would never had a lead.
Yes. So there's a kind of Greek's not making it super easy. So you got to know your Super Bowls.
It's not supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
It's a big prize, and
it is a big prize.
Got to have a good answer.
Yes. But we do have some exciting news. So this kicked off at 10 o'clock this morning. I'm so excited. All right, I'm telling you what, I am there Sunday. I'm there all the days, but I was like, Sunday has my heart with all these bands. So Sunfest, the lineup is here. Finally, they've been teasing us on their social media with like these little blurred out photos. And I was pretty good. I guess 2 of them. One I couldn't figure out, but then they finally announced them last week for some headliners. So if you didn't hear so far, they let us know that Nelly's going to be here, right? Headlining Friday. They also teased us with Cole Swindell, was huge in the country world, for Saturday. And then they teased us with Third Eye Blind, but then let us know. But now we have the full lineup. This is 40 years of Sunfest. 40 years.
Wow, is it really?
Right? Isn't that insane? So, Friday, Nelly.
All right, let me write this down.
Billy Idol.
Oh!
I have it printed out for you.
Okay.
Shaggy.
Shaggy?
Shaggy.
Oh, no.
I know. It
How about
wasn't me.
Scooby?
It
somebody
wasn't me.
was going to say it.
Yep. So the Fix. Those are your headliners.
For
I'm
Friday.
just giving you the headliners, the big names, because there's other acts. And with this too, with Sunfest, they keep on trickling in a little bit more. Sometimes they add on. All right. Saturday, I mentioned Cole Swindell, Young Gravy, The Revivalist, Elle King. Elle King's fantastic. She's a good time. If you are not into her, you got to check her out.
That's big time.
She just got a little bit of trouble because she was, what was it, a Dolly Parton thing? And I think she had a little too much to drink.
Oh, is that her?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but she is fantastic.
That-
She is, but she always that's her.
That'll have blown over by
No,
Sunfest.
but that's her. She always has a couple cocktails before she gets out on stage. That's just her thing.
All right. Sounds good.
Elle King is oh my God, Rob Schneider's daughter.
Is it really?
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Oh,
Am I right on that?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Could be. I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend.
I know. Look at me. I'm like, okay, yes, I'm going off on a tangent. But I do believe so. Yeah, Rob Schneider's daughter.
Oh, nice.
So, so we have that on Saturday.
Any chance he'll be there?
And
oh no, we suck again.
And then, as I mentioned, Sunday is my day. Revolution. I love them. Third Eye Blind, Dashboard Confessionals. Modest Yahoo is going to be there. The Elevators, who are fantastic. Little Stranger. I just saw most of these bands in Mexico.
Oh, nice.
So I'm like, ooh, they're going to be here.
So then you know them.
Boys Like Girls, yes. Cassidy Pope, who's a local girl, and she won The Voice years ago. She's going to be Sunday. Yeah, so it's a great lineup that's out there right now. 3-day tickets for the best Sunday experience start at $120, so $40 a day starting now. And you can go ahead and actually, they've been doing the pre-sale before they announced this lineup, so you've been able to purchase tickets.
And now, aren't we giving away tickets today, or am I mistaken?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
We're giving away a pair of one-day passes to Sunfest 2024 today at 11:45. So don't go anywhere. We'll be popping that off later.
I heard Share's Monday, right?
Share?
Yeah,
I
Monday.
don't think so.
I don't know.
I think that's a
You wanna
very
put that out there?
VIP
Maybe,
exclusive.
Oh,
Might be on the back
very,
page.
Very exclusive.
Very exclusive.
Brothers Within, Fox Maple Band, Killbillies. These are a couple
Killbillies
of the
is great,
local
too.
bands, right, that are going to be there as well.
Hillbillies is fantastic.
So if you've heard of them, Matt Corman, Centeration, Slow Funk Pump, Stephen James, just to name a few of the locals that'll be there as well. So we want to give a lot of pub and pump them up as well too, because that's where local bands, they get discovered at places like this, and they end up becoming big time. So then you see them come back a couple years, and they come back to their roots, and once they've made it big time, they come back to Sunfest as well. So it's good to see that. Billy Idol, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
back
not
in my day, right?
and he's been with us the past handful of years. Billy Idol was on our stage, so
Yeah.
must mean he loves South Florida. So we have him again. I'm super excited. As I mentioned, the whole lineup is great, but Sunday is where it's at. Killbillies are fantastic too. They're very they're bluegrass and Irish. What is it, like Celtic music? But they're fun.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm very excited about this lineup, and we're going to be giving away tickets 11:45. So make sure you are tuned in.
There you go, people. That first opportunity for Sunfest tickets is going to be great. You got a chance to win $1,000 every hour with a keyword. And our Super Bowl big trivia question at 12:10 after Fun Facts on a Monday. It doesn't seem like you can get away from Taylor Swift with the Super Bowl, with the Chiefs making it. And she is everywhere. And it seems like everybody's trying to make money on it in so many different ways. And it is crazy what's going on. Prop bets, who's going to be in our skybox? We talked about it yesterday. Her and Kelsey, will they get engaged after the game? If he wins. If he loses, I don't think he has to sort of get married.
Now, that's not on the Hard Rock app, is it?
No, I don't think so. No. It's in Vegas. It's in Vegas. My friends were calling me about that. Who's going to be in our box? A couple of jokes there, but that.
You know who's not is Patrick Mahomes' dad. Did you see? Like, he made a comment that he doesn't want to be in a box where Jason, Kelsey, or Taylor Swift is during the Super Bowl.
I don't want to be around my son.
Well, no, this is Patrick Mahomes' dad.
Mahomes, not Kelsey.
Yeah, not Kelsey.
Oh,
so
I'm
he was
sorry.
saying he doesn't want to be around
Taylor
Jason Kelsey, excuse me,
Yeah.
and Taylor Swift, because I think it's just he doesn't want to be around that circus.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He wants to just pay attention to the
Watch the
game,
game.
his son, and whatever, and watch the game. But yeah, he has no interest in being in a box with them during the Super Bowl.
And always the coverage. He said that was another thing. You
Which
always
I
gotta-
get.
Yeah, constantly the cameras are on you, and stuff like that. So he said that he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, it never ends. It really doesn't. And I know we're not helping the problem by talking about them. I do understand that, so don't come after us because I get it. But United Airlines is doing something, and I don't know if you saw this.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean,
special flights.
Yes.
Flight numbers, right? They're changing some of the flight numbers to match things with her.
Flight numbers. Yeah. It is absolutely nuts, and that's what they're doing. And to match their album, to match his number, it's everything.
Crazy.
Yeah, so they have created these themed flight numbers for the Super Bowl specifically. And I even heard some airlines added some extra flights to go out there to Vegas, too.
From Kansas City.
But yeah, they're paying special tribute to them during the Super Bowl. They announced 6 direct flights between Kansas City and Las Vegas for the game. Each one carries a special flight number created in honor of the couple. Yes. They said among the new flight numbers listed is UA 1989, which Swifties will immediately recognize as the name of Karma Singer's 2014 and 2023 recorded album. UA 2287 is also listed as a nod to Swift's 2012 hit song. 22 and Kelsey's 87 jersey number. So, yes. They said the third flight number added, UA 1587, combines the jersey number of Kelsey and Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. So they combined the two for that one.
Those jerseys, the 87, forget it. I mean, they said the amount that people are buying them.
You know what's ridiculous is how many Swifties will just book these flights just to fly.
Just for the ticket number. Just for the ticket.
Yeah,
like, they won't even go.
They won't even go to the game.
No, they're just like,
They'll get off the plane, they'll fly back.
It'll be
exactly.
an empty flight.
Yeah. No, they'll get on the plane.
That's true,
I agree. I think they'll be on the plane, but then they'll just come back home.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're estimating, I don't know how this comes up, but they're estimating the Super Bowl is going to get more than 15 million more people are going to watch it because of Taylor Swift.
I believe it.
That's a crazy number. That's high.
They're already putting out, they're saying that tickets are selling for like over $8,000 right now.
Secondhand market. Yeah, pretty crazy.
There was one, actually, the cheapest ticket available on the NFL ticket exchange on Ticketmaster for the game is listed for nearly $11,000 after fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
crazy.
insane.
The way to buy Super Bowl tickets is to know somebody who has them through the NFL or something like that because, the other way you get whacked. And that's what it is. You want to get because the NFL gets tickets and players get tickets. And if you can buy them at the cost or if somebody doesn't want to make money for downstairs, I think it's $3,500 and upstairs $25. Right. That's the way. And that's why I've been lucky a lot of times when I went. That's how I got them. Or I just got invited, which was very nice.
But I mean, like within 2 weeks here, I mean, I can't go to Ticketmaster, right? I mean, that's all sold out, I would imagine, right?
That was a Ticketmaster number that I threw out.
Yeah, anybody can go. It's just the amount is so high that they have them. They're there, at that price, which is crazy. And who's going to pay $16,000 to go?
So it was Ticketmaster that was selling that $8,000 ticket, but with fees and stuff, it turns out to be like $11,000.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The closer the game gets, and that's what we always say. Maybe wait. And even your buddy who's talking about going, but like I said,
they're going.
Wait until kickoff. Who knows?
Yeah,
it's still going to be expensive. It just might be cheaper.
I had friends who went years ago. They went down with the Giants when the Giants played Tampa, and they couldn't get in. It didn't connect.
It's definitely a chance you're taking that you may not be able to get in.
Yeah, I mean, if you live locally, it's definitely worth it. Like if the game's at Hard Rock for us, who cares? But if you're going and spending money to travel, I don't think it is at a hotel, and then you don't go, sort of sucks. But maybe you just want the experience of the party.
And it's Vegas too, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? You still get a vacation out of it.
Yeah.
That's the one nice thing there. I mean, not that Miami isn't a great destination for a vacation, too. Right. It's just, the Hard Rock is kind of separated a little bit from Miami.
Yeah, the thing with Miami and Hard Rock is the illusion people have when they see it, they think it's real close. You know what I mean?
And that was my point.
Yeah.
It's not like within walking distance, where you can in Vegas, right?
Not even, right? Not even close. There's nothing around there.
I've had so many of my friends tell me that when they come down, they're like, oh, my God, they go South Beach is 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
Even when they show it on the highlights, when the Dolphins play, like they show the beach.
Yeah, sure.
All the time, people walking down Lincoln Road or Ocean Drive. And the illusion is, if you don't know, that it's 5 minutes. Yeah. But it's not.
And that's the case for most stadiums, I mean, that's a lot of times you see that it's not actually in the city. It's, somewhat close, but
Vegas is a different beast. It is.
Quite a ways away, too. I mean, it's not even close to the actual city of Buffalo, Orchard Park.
No.
And I imagine some of the others are as well.
The Giants. Prime example. They always show Manhattan. You know what? It's not close.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you say that is? About 15 minutes away into the tunnel?
Yeah, maybe
From
maybe a
there.
half hour. Yeah, about a half hour.
Well, with traffic anymore,
but it's in
I'm sure
Jersey,
it's
is
even more.
like we say.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
people don't
that's
even
the
realize
old-
it. I mean, they just don't. Even though they know it, their mindset, and they do a great job with TV and everything.
And you're right. They show the Statue of Liberty. They show the
Empire
the
State
city.
Building.
You know the downtown and everything more than they would any highlights of Jersey.
Oh, no. And one of my buddies is going to a Knicks game, and he's down here, and I know him, and he's never been to New York. And he's like, I'm going to Madison Square Garden. And I said, that's in the city.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
they are.
That's
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there. I
yeah,
said,
sure.
but the Jets and Giants, no. Yankees, where they play in the Bronx, no. Mets and Flushing, it's close, but it's still a half hour. But I mean, the way the illusion is, the same thing with Hard Rock is like you're, walking down the street, you're on the beach, which they want to do.
Yeah.
But the Super Bowl is very close if you get on the Strip. You can walk there. It's, if you get on the Strip, which is going to be very difficult, I think obviously the game's going to get a little bit more hype as it gets closer. You got 2 weeks to go. And like Franny said, tickets are like between $8,000 and $11,000. Secondhand market, which are crazy. And they might even go up. I mean, who the hell knows? We'll see how it is. You're going to get a lot of stars there because it's Vegas more than the regular city, New Orleans or Miami or anywhere else that they have it. But people are going to want to be there. It's going to be a lot of action. No doubt about it. It's going to be fun. And people are going to, hopefully, it's a good game. That's the big thing. People hope that it's a good game. But, yeah, prop bets, there are 66 pages. I was talking to one of my buddies last night, and that is amazing, some of the prop bets that you can bet. Hard Rock app, I think, has -1 for the game. For the Chiefs, getting one.
Okay.
So that'll be, and that might
Still,
change.
huh?
I think.
Let
Last
me
night,
look back. I got it right here. 1.5.
1.5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But same. Kansas City's getting 1.5.
Yeah.
Just
Crazy.
amazing. So it's going up, if anything.
Yeah. It started at
That's
2.5.
amazing. I thought for sure that would turn around and
It
people
might.
would start putting money on KC.
All you're hearing about is the unfortunate thing for me, is because I like the Chiefs, is that all you're hearing about is Kansas City. You're not hearing really anything about them because of Taylor Swift and all them, and we'll see. And Mahomes is on the record.
I'm with you though. I mean, as far as the betting side of this, I'm stunned that Kansas City is the underdog, or not the favorite.
I was last 2 weeks. So I just, I thought it might be a pick.
Well,
I thought it'd be a 3.
Especially with this game. I mean,
Yeah.
going into it, Super Bowl, biggest game of the year. Mahomes has been there a bunch of times. Purdy's new. I mean, just you could look at that aspect alone, and you would think that would give Kansas City it'd be the favorite. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, it's where's the logic to putting San Fran higher? I don't.
They go where the money is always, you know that. And Kansas City's defense has played a lot better than Niners. Niners last 2 weeks let up a lot of points with the Packers and with Detroit. And the Chiefs defense has played great. It could be a suck-in because everybody's like, wow, you can't
I don't get it. I mean, I got it with Baltimore. I mean, you could have made an argument that Baltimore was a better team than Kansas City.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. I'm sorry if you like. I'm not saying that Kansas City wasn't good or anything like that, but you can make the argument. And this week I can't make the argument that San Fran's the better team.
Especially when
McCaffrey's great. I mean, to me, he should have been MVP of the year. Don't get me wrong. Not that they don't have a great team too. I just, if you got to weigh out which team I think is better on paper and everything, I say Kansas City. So I'm kind of surprised to see that plus number for them.
And plus
that's
experience.
Now, I don't know why
that too.
somebody's
And that's
asking
huge.
on the text line at 47142 about the Hard Rock app. They're like, why can't I bet the coin flip on the Hard Rock app?
You would have to go to where they have prop bets. I'm not on it, but they would have prop bets. And it might be early, too. They might do it the week before.
Okay.
They might change things up as it gets closer to the game. Tell them to check a week later. Or Jimmy says that there's places on the Hard Rock app, right, Jimmy, that you can call or ask questions?
Well, they have a help area.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, there's on the very bottom, there's the home screen Discover, which has the little hourglass, so you can search for help there. Somewhere else, there's a live now boost, more. There's an area for help. I'd have to look for it.
Yeah, and it might be next week, too.
Okay. Yeah. So just keep on looking.
I wonder, and that was going to be my curious question too, is to see what kind of prop bets that they have on here, other than the typical ones, are like player props or side props and that type of thing. Super Bowl MVP is there. which is obviously a little bit different than the other ones. But, I can go to Kansas City, player props. It's just all the normal stuff. Game specials, maybe. Let me look under that. First half winner, total touchdowns, total sacks, highest score per quarter, 49ers total TDs. This is just the normal stuff that we see each week.
Okay.
They'll probably have it.
Yeah, I'm sure because that's a very popular bet to take. And if you haven't seen this, I did read this, and I know you guys may know Jimmy and G, but I didn't. So there's probably a lot of people out there who did not know that the home team is determined, like how it's done, and a lot of people may not know. So even though the Super Bowl is rarely played in one team's hometown, which it can end up that way, is that there's always one team that's designated the home team while the others are the visitor. And they said, this is how it's determined. It has nothing to do with the proximity of the stadium of each team, the conference the stadium represents, past matchups, or final records. They say quite simply, each year the home team is determined by alternating years. Mm-hmm. So last year, the Eagles were the home team. This year, the Kansas City Chiefs get the honors. Okay. They say all that means is that the Chiefs get to decide which uniforms they'll get to wear, the red home uniforms or the white away gear. The San Francisco 49ers, as the visitors, will get to pick the coin toss. And that's the only significance between home and visitor designation in the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Which I was not aware of until I read this. So if you're ever wondering, that's how it's done.
I believe the Chiefs will wear the red. I thought I saw something online already that they're going to wear the red.
Okay.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's their home colors.
Okay.
And the Niners will wear the white. I remember when they were down here in 2019, same game. Basically, they keep showing that game and everything like that. And the Chiefs came back in the fourth quarter. Did not play a good first quarter. But it was funny because that was one of the only games I've ever went to the Super Bowl where I froze my ass off. And it was in Miami. It was like really cold that night. It was freezing. And then that was just before COVID.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the year of COVID, 2020.
Yeah.
It was 2 months before we started. It became a big thing here.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, before you know it, we'll see. A lot of parties, obviously, so much going on. We'll talk about all the different stuff. And the prop bets, there's like 66 pages. I think they come out Wednesday or Thursday of this week in Vegas. But the regular ones for players are up on a lot of sites. And for the coin toss and all that, I'm sure they'll have it at the Hard Rock.
Now, if the Hard Rock app doesn't have it, do you think since they've got the sports book down there that they would have all those odd prop bets, like the color of Reba's dress and, the national anthem length?
I would
kind of think.
Off the top of my head, I would think no. I would think that if the app doesn't have it, then I would think the casino wouldn't have it.
Okay.
That in my mind, because still no matter where the apps are, even here or Jersey, the higher percentage of people bet on the apps than actually go. So you would think they want everything available to all their customers,
right?
So I would think, but I could be wrong.
I'm just assuming that because there's so many pages of them that that maybe that's why they're not able to put it onto the app, but in the the sports book itself, just like Vegas.
Yeah, they definitely may have it down there. I don't know. I would think no, but it's I'm just guessing.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll get down there before next week or two. I'll let you know. We'll put something on Kelsey getting engaged. We'll go Kelsey get engaged. I said that yesterday. If he loses the game, probably not. If he wins, and again, we talked about it yesterday. She's definitely going to game. So she's got making it. And there's no place to park private jets in Vegas. That's a big problem. That's why I'm not going. I'm like, I can't park my jet? Oh, my God.
What, are you kidding me?
I was in the New York Post today. No place to park a jet. It is the Penthouse. It is a Tuesday. We got a lot going for you today and a lot of stuff where you guys can definitely get some Sunfest tickets, a chance to win $1,000. We're going to come back with This Day in History and a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
At $5 a piece, that's $357,000 they made.
I'm stealing that idea for our next event.
They said $1 from each shot was donated to a school's local food bank.
Except for that part.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. What do you need for the big game?
Peanuts?
A big TV, of course.
Oh, yeah, that.
And our friends from Monroe's Palm Beach are giving you the chance to see the big game on a big screen. How big? How about 75 inches of big screen TV?
Whoa.
Listen for the cue to call to play big game trivia, and if you answer correctly, you'll be in the running for a massive 75-inch TV just in time for the biggest game of the year. Special thanks to Monroe's Palm Beach and Real Radio. on Real Radio.
Hey, good afternoon. Do keep in mind President Joe Biden will be arriving this afternoon, so expect rolling road closures along Southern Boulevard. But for now, 95 and the Turnpike are currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Hosting big parties often calls for making tough, last-minute decisions, but planning the perfect meal shouldn't be one of them. Let the Fresh from Florida Club help. As a member, you can browse hundreds of recipes, each with local, in-season ingredients. That means you can create and save the perfect menu well ahead of time, so you can sit back and enjoy the party. Join the free Fresh from Florida Club at freshfromflorida.com. It could be the easiest decision you'll make all year.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with the Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams
when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable. A north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Hunter Biden made millions selling his, quote, art to Democrat donors.
And the White House lied about it.
Plus, China had a genetic map of COVID before the pandemic.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now to get all the details.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in the Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Don't forget, 11:45, your chance to win tickets to Sunfest. Every hour for 13 times a day, your chance to win $1,000 with the keyword. And our big game trivia, again, at 12:10. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And we're going to get to our first This Day in History and trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's trifecta.
All right, the Miami Heat's got some problems right now. Yes, they do. They lost again last night to the Suns, 7 in a row. Longest losing streak for years under Coach Spo. First one this long. Hopefully they can bounce back. They have a game tomorrow night against Sacramento. Another tough opponent. It's going to be tough. But the Knicks are just not hitting shots. Jimmy Butler said it today, and they're not rebounding. But 7 in a row, that is bad. The hottest team in basketball right now. A lot of people down here I know are fans of the Knicks, and the Knicks are the hottest team right now in the NBA. They are 13-2 in January, so hats off to the Knicks. They are projecting the Super Bowl will get 15 million more people watching, so they guess around 140 million people are going to watch the Super Bowl this year, or right around that area because of the Taylor Swift aspect. Whether or not that's true, we'll see what happens. And $1.3 billion is estimated to be bet on a Super Bowl 58, setting a record for the highest ever. 30 states, including Florida, yes, have legal sports betting, and they are projecting $1.3 billion. Now, that's not illegal. That's just legal. If we want to throw in the other element, you can't even throw it in because it'll blow your mind, the amount of money bet. Nobody even knows the amount. They guess. And most of the guys that guess don't even know what they're doing. But $1.3 billion they think legitimately will be bet on the Super Bowl 58. And that is your first trifecta of the day. And now it's over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
January 30th is our day, and 1835 is our year. We're going to go back 189 years ago today, and on this day, Andrew Jackson became the first president to survive an assassination attempt. He was attacked by a guy with a pair of pistols, one in each hand. They both misfired, so the 67-year-old president beat him with a walking stick.
Wow.
Wow.
91 years ago today, in 1933, the Lone Ranger was heard on the radio for the very first time. It ran for 2,956 episodes before ending 22 years later in 1955. Say he had a pretty good run.
Yeah, I would say so. And Andrew Jackson, man, he was pretty old for that time. 67?
67, yeah. 55 years ago today, in 1969, the Beatles made their final public appearance as a group, performing on the roof of Apple Studios in London. The show was stopped when police arrived after neighbors complained about the noise.
What? It's the Beatles. Let them play.
Speaking of music, 51 years ago today, 1973, Kiss played their first concert. It was a place called the Popcorn Club, and they earned $50 performing for less than 10 people. 41 years ago today, here come our Super Bowls. 1983, the Washington Redskins beat the Miami Dolphins 27-17 in Super Bowl 17. Washington running back John Riggins set a Super Bowl record with 166 yards on 38 carries and was voted the game's MVP. Next up, the last one I had to suffer through, 1994, the Dallas Cowboys beat the Buffalo Bills 30-13 to win Super Bowl 28, and it was never even that close. Dallas running back Emmitt Smith was MVP, and the Bills lost their fourth straight Super Bowl. This was also the game where Emmitt Smith had his helmet stolen.
That's right. It's crazy.
It was returned to him a couple weeks later following an anonymous phone call. 24 years ago today, in 2000, is when the St. Louis Rams beat the Tennessee Titans 23-16 to win Super Bowl 34. What was so special about that one? Well, MVP Kurt Warner passed for a record 414 yards.
Ooh.
Damn. Finally, 17 years ago today, in 2007, and I can't believe it's been that long, Katharine McPhee released her self-titled debut album featuring Over It. The album came out 8 months after losing the 5th season of American Idol. Remember who won that year?
Katharine McPhee. Was it Ruben Studdard?
No,
Fantasia?
that was Taylor Hicks.
Ah, son of a gun.
Which he ended up not really. He was a crooner, right? And he was a great singer. But
He was he was like the soul man or soul train. Yeah, not much happened with that guy after the fact. You're right.
Not much did, and that's what happened on January 30th in our history.
Now the Beatles, when they played the rooftop. One night I was out with some bunch of people, and we bet on this guy was a big Beatles buff, and he was telling me that he knew everything about the Beatles, and I was like, yeah, my brother was a big fan, and I watched all the Beatles. So we actually bet on, he bet me that I wouldn't know certain things. He said Ringo Starr had what on? What was he wearing? I said he had a red raincoat. And it was right. It's for $100. He was right. We'll double down. Who wore green pants? I said George Harrison. 200. And only because of my brother made me watch it a bunch of times. I remember because I remember watching it and seeing the image. Like, Ringo's got he had like a bright red raincoat.
Okay.
And George Harrison was obviously there on the roof, but he had green pants. I thought it was weird, like lime green. So,
almost like lime green. Okay.
Oh, dark green. But still, I picked up $200. Shows you can bet on anything.
Well, that's the important part.
That's right. I will play trivia. I used to play trivia with football numbers. I used to do very well with that.
Well, I promise you that this will be at least my last Taylor Swift thing to talk about today. But somebody had posted a link, and it actually isn't just Taylor Swift. It's all kinds of different celebrities where it's an AI voice generator. So it'll be, you can have anybody that you want that they have available on there voice something for you, right? You just type it in and they'll voice it. So I was just playing around. I was like, because of course it featured Taylor Swift right away. And I was like, well, I wonder what it sounds like, just to hear her voice, because I don't really know her that much. I haven't listened to her too much. So I just put in Hello, Jimmy. And that's what it is, right? And she comes out like that, right?
That's crazy.
So it was pretty neat.
Hello, Jimmy.
Does that sound like her? Do you ever hear her in interviews?
So.
I mean, it kind of like I picture it, right? That's what I get. So then I kept going. I was like, well, let's see what it sounds like.
Hello, Franny.
Hello, Franny. So hello, Jimmy. Hello, Franny. And then apparently she has just as much to say for Greek, because listen.
Hello, Greek.
Hello, Greek. Hello, Greek.
Sounds familiar.
No, it's
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Franny. Hello, Greek.
Yours actually sounds the happiest. She sounds annoyed when she's saying my name, and then she sounds angry when she's saying Greek. So Jimmy's actually, she sounds pleasant. Mine, she's like, annoyed. Hello, Franny. And then with you, she's like,
Jealous.
Greek.
It's just like everybody else.
hello, Greek.
Let's
That's
hear it again.
funny.
I was like, oh my God. This is just,
It's perfect.
Like you can't even, I can't write this.
Yeah.
It's just the way it did. I didn't do anything.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Franny. Hello, Greek.
She's jealous.
Is that it?
No different than anybody else.
Jealous. Somebody. So we got.
Tell her voice.
And then we'll cut her off for a little bit. But somebody did text asking about her at 47142, and we discussed this yesterday. And they said, "Good morning, Penthouse. I heard last night that Tay Swift has a show the day before Super Bowl in Japan, and she probably won't have time to get back for the game."
Oh, we already did the math.
We did. We discussed it. Japan is hours ahead
17
of
now.
the U.S. I don't know if it was 17.
This morning I read 17.
Really? I thought we discussed like 14. Yeah.
And I wrote back to CNN. I said, I think you're wrong.
yeah.
I was like, I thought we discussed 14.
And I said,
But
she's
anyways,
jealous of me.
They're saying if she gets done with her show 11, their time, hops on a plane by
She'll make
midnight,
it.
she'll be back. She'll be in Vegas by 10 to 12, like noon on Sunday.
Yeah,
So
she'll have 8
according
hours.
to everything that we've read, she should be just fine. And it's her. She'll make
Andy
it.
Reid's flying her plane back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is
really?
unbelievable.
Mhm, it's nice. She's going to land and go,
Hello, Greek.
Hello, Greek.
Oh, if I seen her box, that's what it'd be like. What's up, Taylor?
What?
Don't bother me.
that does sound funny, doesn't it? Every time we talk about Taylor's box.
I'm like, hey, Taylor, don't ask me for an autograph, and I want to ask you one.
Hello, Greek.
Yeah, whatever. It's almost perfect.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hey, that's great.
What's up?
Hello, Greek.
Whatever. Jealous. 877-927-6969. If you think Taylor Swift is jealous of me, give us a call.
So I saved that link, and we can have some fun with that.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was the only other one that I remember seeing, just because it was out of the corner of my eye, was Morgan Freeman. So that'd be probably pretty funny. We could maybe write up some scripts and have them voice that. But that's pretty, in a way, scary.
I was going
right,
to just
too?
say.
That's the next thing.
It is scary because it sounds to me just like her.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable. And just like you could do a whole interview. You know what I mean? And that's the future, which is sad because we said on the negative things there where people could put stuff or say stuff and different things like that. But the way she said it for all three of us sounds like she has a lot of love for Jimmy, which everybody does. I think she's a little like starstruck with Franny.
Hello, Franny.
Yeah.
You think that sounds negative?
I didn't sound negative. I sound like a little annoyed, like, hello, Franny.
I thought you were starstruck. But you
Is
So, almost like, so you're putting a little valley to it, like,
love Franny.
Franny.
Yeah, she was jealous.
Okay, all right. I hear it now. I hear it.
Jealous.
I thought she was jealous of Greek.
Well,
That's what she's like, hello, Greek.
Oh, me.
Hello, Greek.
Yeah. She
Just sounds very short.
We're short, yeah.
Just
Hello.
very short.
Hello, Greek.
Yeah, she's like management. Our big bosses are here today. They said that to me when I walked in. Hello, Greek. I'm like, hello. Great job, Jimmy, by the way. That is unbelievable. I might have to get that as a ringtone. 877.
Oh, look who's calling. Oh, Taylor's calling.
Oh, my God. She's blowing me up. Doesn't stop. She probably wants Super Bowl tickets. Can't take it. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Franny announced the lineup for Sunfest. If you missed it this morning, look it up. But it sounds like it's going to be another great lineup. And your first chance with us to get tickets today will be at 11:45.
Yeah, we'll keep it on the music theme if you want for a minute. I saw it was just like one of those fun fact type things about an artist that has never had a number one Hot 100 Billboard hit. Mm-hmm. And I think we've heard this before, but Springsteen is one that came to mind. Like, and I'm talking about big major acts that have never had a Hot 100 number one single. Bruce Springsteen, he wrote one, Blinded by the Light. But he's never had one on his own. Dancing with the Dark spent 4 weeks at number 2. Oh, wow. That was his career best. Couple other ones, too, that really jumped out at me, knowing at the time that they got a lot of radio play, but CCR never had a number one. Call them rock's most consistent bridesmaids. Creedence.
Bridesmaids.
Creedence.
Always a bridesmaid, never the bride.
They reached runner-up spot 5 consecutive times. starting from March of 1969 with Proud Mary, Bad Moon Rising, Green River.
I'm shocked.
You know, and but they never hit number one, and that was the same for a lot of these that I just thought was really surprising. Bob Dylan has never earned a number one, but he came close in the mid 60s with, you know, Like a Rolling Stone, Rainy Day Woman. Both went to number two. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, a couple, you know, another one that you just would have thought that they had a bunch of them. Again, getting a lot of radio play back in the day. Even if you add occasional partner Neil Young, CSN has never gotten any closer than number 7 with Just a Song Before I Go. Grateful Dead, another one, never had a number one. Jimi Hendrix.
Wow.
Who was they were just showing everywhere. There's a dude from the Grateful Dead who was at the game. Bob Weir was spotted at the 49ers sideline at the NFC Championship game. And you can't get away from that all over social media if you check it out. So it looks like specifically all kinds of celebrities are fans of football.
Yeah.
The one that we see all the time, we know who she is. But yeah, they said that he was spotted by fans and celebs, and people were like, "Oh my God, is that Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead?" And he was there, but there's other people like Joe Montana was there, Howie Long, Michael Strahan, Jimmy Johnson, a bunch of people were there watching that game.
Yeah, those guys, the last guys you mentioned, they were doing the game. So they were doing the broadcast.
Yes, of course. But he's in the pictures with them.
Yeah.
So they even knew who he was, and they were like, come on, and they went in and take pictures with him.
Huey Lewis in the news used to go for years with the 49ers.
Yeah.
And then obviously he's been sick and not doing that great from what I read last time. But they would go all the time when the Niners were in the playoffs with Rice and Montana and all of them. I think they did the national anthem a couple times, but they were big fans because they were from the San Francisco area. Yeah, but the Taylor Swift thing, like you said, you can't get away from it. Everybody talks about it, and it's so big that it's good or hate. You know what I mean? I've said with people that I hate her, and people like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, there's not too many people. I am one of the rare exceptions where I'm in between. I don't care. You want to show her on TV? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I don't have any disdain for her or any love for her either. I mean, I don't listen to her music. It's not meant for me.
Yeah, some of the words I hear when they show her on TV, I'm shocked.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
We've seen so much hate or love, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's both sides of it. You know, it seems to be one extreme or the other. I think I'm the rare bird that
right in the middle.
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Yeah,
either which way.
See what happens with the Chiefs. Can they cover again? They've covered 3 in a row in the playoffs. The Bills, and obviously last week against the Ravens, and our Miami Dolphins. So it would be 4 in a row if you were purchasing some money on them. Even if you let it ride 4 weeks in a row, you'd be in some very good shape financially. So we'll see. But there'll be so much more about the Super Bowl before it actually gets here. And, the weather, again, if you're thinking you're going to go to Vegas and poolside, not going to be such pool weather, but it's going to be great. Gronk, Guy Fieri, they got two of the biggest ones that I've heard that their parties are going to be huge. And they're both, I think, the day before. One's in the morning and one's in the afternoon. Gronk is at the Encore right next to the Wynn. But there'll be great events. They really will. But they're high tickets. I mean, that's the thing. 877-927-6969. Give us a call if you want to reflect on the show. Or maybe you already got a Super Bowl pick, and you're like, hey, you know what? This is who I like, and I'm not going to change.
Now, this isn't a Super Bowl, but it's a Super Bowl of NASCAR, and I'm talking about the Daytona 500. And they have announced their Grand Marshal. If you have not seen this yet, it looks like, I call him a Miami boy because he went to University of Miami. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is going to be the Grand Marshal for the 66th running of the Daytona 500. Now, they made this announcement, if you didn't watch, during the Lions 49ers game on Fox Sports.
Smart.
Oh, really?
Yep, they made the announcement about it. And they were saying that when you are the Grand Marshal, how cool is this? You're the one who gets to give the command to start the engines.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And that's a smart pick. It really is. It opens up a demographic to NASCAR, I think. That might not be there. He's very football oriented. Obviously, the president of his other league, played football, did a lot with the NFL, which is great. But that's a smart pick.
So last year there was a bunch of people, several legends they were doing a sports celebration, NASCAR, and they were saying Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano. There was a bunch of other people who were part of it that got to do it. But yeah, he's going to be doing it by himself. And if you are a fan of Mr. Worldwide, he used to be Mr. 305, but then he became Worldwide. It looks like that he's also Trackhouse Racing co-owner. So he owns a race team. Pitbull.
Okay.
Pitbull is going to be performing the pre-race concert for that race. And that is always, Jimmy, you probably know better than me. Is that it? That's in April this year? Do you know?
February.
Daytona 500. It's like the week after the Super Bowl.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know why I was looking at this
18th?
date. Oh, I'm looking at the date for the Texas Motor Speedway. So it
following
says
Sunday.
February 18th.
Yeah.
There
I
you
think they're the Clash starts this weekend because again it's like 2 weeks of events that go on for the Daytona. It leads up to the Daytona 500. Oh, 500? Oh yeah. I was there the year Dale died.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
We didn't know. We didn't know at the track. We had no idea. I mean, we knew he crashed, but we didn't know he died.
When did you find out? At home?
When I got home, yeah. Because my mom left a message on my answering machine.
Oh, that's crazy.
Saying it was a shame that Dale passed away, and the phone dropped out of my hand. We didn't know it. But they kind of kept things under wrap at the time, you know.
And
it was for a good reason and everything. Even Junior didn't know. But I've been there a couple times, yeah.
I've never seen a NASCAR
fun.
race. I think it'd be cool to do. Like that's just, it's not my sport. It's not, but I just watching live sports in general. Sometimes you can fall in love with it. You know, I watched a basketball game live, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I really enjoy this. And same thing with hockey, which maybe not so much on television, but when you watch it live, it's a completely different experience.
Oh, no doubt in my mind. Again, it's personal preference, but definitely the most fun sport to watch in person for me is that. And and NASCAR's not fun. It's just like every other sport though, where especially like with the 500 because it is so used to be. I don't know about it is now. It used to be so crowded. I mean, it would take hours and hours. Just go to your once the race is over, you just go to your car and take a nap for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And not even bother to try to get out because it's just, the way you've got to, they take you down the back way to get to 95 is just, it's small roads.
Yep.
So, and it just takes forever. But, maybe it's not quite as bad now. But yeah, it's the same. It's very typical, right?
Worst was Kentucky Derby. I mean, I've been at all the big events. Worst by far. Not even close.
Right.
Super Bowl's brutal. At one time, it took me like 6 hours to get home. But yeah, a lot of events.
Yeah.
There's just so many people.
Yep.
I mean, they don't have the capacity for like 100,000 people, especially in Kentucky where the Derby is. It's like 110,000. The roads are so small. You remember?
But I mean, they've been doing this for years,
and they just
so you
they
would
don't
think
build
that
around
they would get it right, but
No, they don't. They just don't. They're not. They don't even have the capability, and it gets bigger and bigger. I mean, these events, they really do. Where you think about 110,000 people. Like, where the hell do you go? I don't hear it too much out of the big football stadiums. I hear it's a wait, but not like I've heard a lot of people say to me, Daytona, crazy. Obviously, Kentucky Derby, I went crazy. Where, they say what you just said, like just sit in your car. Because you're going to sit.
Yep.
There's no way you're not going to sit.
We used to sit and wait for a couple of hours, and then we get in line, and you're still waiting. It takes... usually at that point, at least 2 hours to get to I-95 from that point, and that's not that far away. It's just that much. And
traffic.
Again, it's small roads. It's not like,
that's my point.
And now this was a while ago, so they might have built things up around there a little bit better. I'm not 100% sure. They do have a lot of parking there because it's right next to the in the backside of the airport. So there's a lot of grass area that they can rope off and fence off so that they can have plenty of parking. That's not as much the problem, but it's just getting in and out. And same thing. It's like every other big sporting event.
Yeah.
Or concert event.
It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We're going to come back in a few minutes with some Florida stories. What made the lineup today?
Well, we got a couple stories involving nudity. We have a naked Florida man and a naked Florida woman. 2 separate stories. One involves a vegetable peeler.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that sexy?
Yeah, sure is. Wait till we hear what happens with that thing.
Okay, and then we got some egg tossing going on, and then a romance scheme. Somebody got scammed here in Florida once again. I will get you those details and those stories coming up, and you're What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
Hello, Greg.
You're listening to Real Radio, available everywhere you want to listen. Yeah, even there. On our free iHeartRadio app. Download it now. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it.
like that? We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Hey, do keep in mind President Joe Biden will be in Palm Beach this afternoon, so expect rolling road closures along Southern Boulevard. But for now, at the moment, 95 and the Turnpike are looking pretty good so far, currently accident-free. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week on a 5-star menu. And Sunday night, stop in 8 to 10. Bottomless mimosas and the beautiful ladies. And what's a better way to kick off a week to be at Monroe's on Sunday night? And for the big game, make your reservations today. It's the best place in the world to watch a big game with beautiful ladies, great menu, and you might be the winner of the game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Make sure you stop in 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. The best views in the house are the ladies of Monroe's. Peace.
Have you been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident? If so, Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida injury lawyers, will help and fight for you. Our purpose is legal power. Our mission is huge results. If you've been injured in an accident, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Benios Fiberglass. When you think of fiberglass, think of Benios Fiberglass. Second to none in South Florida. They specialize in fiberglass repair, race car body fabrication, body restoration, and custom car kits. So whether you need a repair for your boat's fiberglass or you're waiting for the one-of-a-kind dream car, make it a reality with Benios Fiberglass. Just visit BeniosFiberglass.com. Call 561-255-0805 and tell them that Brian Mudd sent you.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy, Rizumkizumab of Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable, a north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Hunter Biden made millions selling his, quote, art to Democrat donors. And the White House lied about it. Plus, China had a genetic map of COVID before the pandemic. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now to get all the details.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at realradio921.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
To the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Welcome back into the Penthouse. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope you were tuned in just about 30 seconds ago because Rover from Rover's Morning Glory gave you a keyword. Red zone revenue is still going on. We give you 13 chances a day to score $1,000. And if I recall, I believe that keyword was pay. Is that pay, Jimmy?
100%.
All
It
right.
was pay. P-A-Y. Go to realradio921.com. When that window pops up for you, enter pay, and you'll be in the running for this hour's $1,000 of red zone revenue.
There you go. Of course, that was Jimmy. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello, and good morning.
Hello, hello. I am Franny, and of course, we have G-Man. Hi, G.
What is up? Now all of a sudden it got a little cold in here. No?
I'm gonna tell you, I was hot yesterday, so I don't know. It feels good to me right now.
You don't feel that blowing?
I was very hot yesterday, and last week I was hot. I feel it, but I'm not going to complain about it.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's hot.
I thought it was cold.
It's cold. I don't know.
Which one
I
is
don't know
it?
what it is.
Hello, Greek.
At this point, I just suck it up because you never know what you're going to get in here. So it's just like one of those
Just like
things.
the show.
Just dress appropriately, I guess. But layers is what it is.
Yep. Wear a whole bunch of layers, and you can always take them off.
Yep.
Let's get to some Florida stories. Florida.
Florida. Did you say Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Michael DaCosta was arrested and charged with retail theft and indecent exposure, and all this unfolded at a Wings of Faith thrift store in Ocala. Looks like, according to the thrift store's website, they offer low prices on, and donations to needy people, and profits are used to assist various mission projects, so they do a good job. And this guy was like, you know what? Since they do such a good job, I'm going to go in there and see if I can get something from them, and he did. But the reason that he got in trouble, and it looked like he needed what he went in there for, and what he went in there for was a T-shirt. And the reason why I says it looks like he needed it is because he walked in completely naked.
Oh, all right.
Yes, yeah. So he's, they said that he was running around everywhere, according to witnesses, and he was wearing glasses. So that's the one thing he was wearing.
Eyeglasses?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they were able to find him, identify him as DaCosta, who matched the description, and he was a mile away from the store. But they said, yes, he did run away with some clothing. He went in naked and then got some blue shorts and a T-shirt. And then he left. So, I mean, he was trying to cover up. Maybe somebody stole his clothes. Sometimes you always see that happens.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, like they pretend
Especially if you're skinny
pretend like
dipping.
they want to have sex with you, and then they go in the bathroom, and then they steal your clothes, and then they run out. You always see that in movies, right? Maybe that's what happened with this guy.
Has that ever happened to you?
No.
Jimmy's that ever happened to you?
Every time.
I knew one of them.
Just when I think I'm in there.
I got to stay in bed now.
Carpet gets ripped right out from underneath me.
They said a clerk at the thrift store did give him a pair of shorts and told him to
nice.
leave. They're like, get out of here. And then he got greedy and ended up stealing a T-shirt, too.
Oh.
Still completely naked as he walked out. No effort to cover up his genitalia, according to the store clerk.
He didn't want to be topless.
But yeah, they said he was acting erratic, and they did arrest him. Valued, by the way, his charge or the T-shirt he stole $5.
Ah.
I know.
Petty theft.
What is it?
Petty theft?
Petty theft, yes. And then we have, this is a weird story, a naked woman wielding a very interesting weapon. It was a vegetable peeler, threatened all kinds of people, convenience store workers. She destroyed a Red Bull display and topped it off with something I'll let you know. Cecilia Barrett caused a drunken disturbance. Now, when I hear this story, I think there's way more than alcohol involved, and this was at a racetrack in St. Pete. I said upon arriving without clothing, she started yelling about being trespassed from that business the prior day, like saying, oh, you guys kicked me out of here, and upset.
Was she naked when they kicked her out?
I don't know about the first time. I know this time. Yeah. And they did. They warned her that she would be subject to arrest if she returned to the racetrack. So this, in fact, did happen. As detailed in a series of criminal complaints, they said that she had a peeler in hand, showed up around the store 6:40 p.m., threatening two workers with his vegetable peeler, one of whom told police that Barrett said she would kill him with this. She's going to peel him to death. Oh, God, what a way to go. Oh, that sounds, now I just said that, I just squeezed myself out.
Yeah, that's scary. Just kill me.
Like about
Right?
getting skinned, huh?
Oh, good.
God, just shoot me twice.
Then she began to topple and break down the display of Red Bull energy drinks, started spilling cigarette cartons, and she started tearing them open, too. They said when officers arrived, she was still inside, still naked, and prior to being taken into custody, she thought this was the perfect opportunity to start masturbating in front of the deputies.
Oh, wow.
Never know, you can pick up some new fans.
Yeah. Starting an OnlyFans page. And
So,
there's my card.
Yeah, she just bought a house in Palm Beach.
She admitted.
Not that it matters. Is she hot?
She
Oh,
she
great.
admitted, right, to being intoxicated and said that she had approximately 6 shots of liquor.
Well, that do it.
I don't know if that does that. No.
Just that hour.
Yeah.
Some people, one drink, you could be on your ass.
This is not on your ass. This is destroying things, threatening people with a vegetable cutter, and masturbating in front of cops. I don't know.
judge.
Maybe alcohol, it's everybody different, but I feel like there's something else wrong in this situation.
That's usually what it takes to get me that way.
But definitely, I mean,
She could have mental health problems, and then alcohol just triggers it. But it's not just 6 shots of booze. But she was
Some
charged with
people,
aggravated assault, disorderly conduct, trespass, criminal mischief, and exposure of sexual organs. But she's got an extensive rap sheet, including battery, prostitution,
All
criminal
right.
mischief, and narcotics possession.
So she's got some great qualities.
Something tells me there's a little bit more involved.
At least in prostitution, she's an entrepreneur in a way.
Well, you know, trying to make them a living.
And then, this is sad. A Central Florida man has asked not to be identified because he's embarrassed. He fell victim to a random text from a beautiful woman that led to a romance investment scheme that cost him $50,000 that he wired to 2 international banks.
I don't understand this. Like,
yeah, I mean,
$50,000
and
doesn't
to
seem like a
international
lot.
banks, it's getting wired. Listen, so the woman called herself Lily, traded photographs with him, and started a relationship that went from a friendship to a romance, to an opportunity to make $5,000 a day on a $50,000 investment, they said. This was a decentralized blockchain platform. It's called Ethereum. I've never heard of it before. That establishes a peer-to-peer network. It's new to me. After a while, she said she wanted to live with him and that they'd be together forever. She said it was safe and I trusted her. This is sad. The retired Air Force veteran said he was close to retirement and hoped to build his account with the Ethereum investment and then travel with his new love. He said he missed the deadline to capitalize on the $5,000 a day offer and never saw a single dollar in growth. So the last day he heard from Lily was Veterans Day. Last year, he's trying to figure out what she saw in an older person like him, and he was like, I guess it was just the money. Well, they confirmed that the funds were wired to banks in Vietnam and Hong Kong. The photos of the young Korean woman used in the scheme appear to be stock photos from a Korean model.
Right.
They were able to track more than 20 photographs of the woman. This is a news that covered this. They said, but there were various names and settings and no evidence that the model is linked to this whole little scheme that happened. Very, very, very sad.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
and
so-
it happens so much, and I don't understand how these guys don't, like, Vietnam sending back. You don't think that's weird? Like, that in itself?
Sometimes when you're lonely, you just you just don't pay attention to those signs. But they said, so this local news is really trying to help them in Orlando. They contacted the U.S. Secret Service field office in Orlando to determine if the funds could be traced. They said the lost funds are just a small part of what is likely an elaborate international investment scheme. He's not going to get all of his money back. All of his money went overseas. He said they'll blast out hundreds, thousands of these accidental texts in hopes to get one of these people to respond back. It's a business for these people, and that's what it is. So it's really, really unfortunate that they're saying that this money is probably adios. Yeah. But they do say if you've been a victim or feel like you are of an investment or romance scheme, there are places you can get in touch with. Make Ends Meet at WKMG.com you can get in touch with. And they just said, just look into it. There's a local number here for Orlando, but I won't give that out. But yeah, very, very sad situation. It happens way too often. And that is your What the Florida.
I'm shocked. Again, not that it happens, but the amount of money that people send.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody said, 3,000, 5,000, 10, but you hear life savings, 50,000. That's a lot of money, to send. You don't even know the person. And
but to you do. That's how they get you.
Yeah.
You start a friendship, then you start a romance. It's this long distance. You're calling with somebody. You're talking to somebody. And so they feel they're that good where they create an emotional connection with them.
It's just like, how do you have a romance if you never banged a person? You're not even around them.
It happens all the time. There's real... This is unfortunate because it's not real. It's catfishing for money.
Yeah.
But there are people who have met and have fallen in love online that are legitimate. So that part, years ago when it was taboo before all this online dating, my cousin, he's been married now for over 20 years, 25 years. They met online. They never met until 2 years after.
I'm not saying it can't happen, but somebody's asking you for money or saying they need money. To me, that should be, even to the average person, it should be some kind of a red flag.
I understand, but that's why they go after the elderly, and that's why they do their research. They know who they're going after.
Oh yeah,
people
they go
who
after.
Won't question this. The people who are lonely.
It's happened to people that I know in their 40s, too, and 50s that I'm surprised.
Mm-hmm.
A lot less money, but I'm still surprised. But again, not the person. Again, it's just, I think it's sad. And I feel bad for people.
Very much so.
50. That's a lot of money, man. That's like life savings to people. And then
but a lot of time they get you, like especially in this story, like you give me this much money, we're going to make you that money back plus some. Like you think you're investing in something. With this one, you weren't necessarily, because that's what he said. He was like, I didn't see anything come back with my $5,000. He thought he was going to get this money, travel the world with his beautiful Korean princess, and it didn't happen.
It's sad. I just feel bad. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I do too, and I get it. I've seen it. I've gotten plenty of messages from these bots that try to, suck you in, and I play along with them just to have a little bit of fun from time to time. Or, sometimes I just immediately block them, but I get them every day, every single day.
Does anybody ever ask you for money?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I've gotten. I need a visa. The one Gina Carano. They took her profile and made a new one on Twitter and pretended to be her. And I knew it was a scam. And you can always tell because even though it'll say like official or something like that, it'll always have like an underscore and a number after it, right? And because they can't get around that, I guess. So I knew it was, but again, I played along for quite a while, and it took, I want to say 2.5, 3 months before the bot asked for money.
Okay.
And they didn't ask for a lot. They asked for a $50 gift card.
Yeah.
And that's oftentimes the ones that I have taken it to the point where they ask for the money, and then that's where I block.
Then you're right back. I was just going to ask you.
Yeah,
Can't believe it. We should be together.
But it's always been a $50, like a Visa gift card. That's usually what it is. But I could see this where, again, that was 2.5, 3 months that one did. And they do that. I could see somebody doing that for a good year. Mm-hmm. And hoping that, you get a $5,000, a $10,000, a $50,000 payout. It's worth the time to them, you know, and all they do is message back a few times a day. They establish a relationship. So, I mean, I know that, like, when we sit here and look at this and we hear that individual story, it's 2 minutes. For them, it could be months. So, you know, they work on it and work on it and work on it. And that's the only reason why I have a little understanding. But I'm with you to a point, Greek, where it's like, man, what makes you think it's real, you know? But they make it sound so real, you know?
And I think it's just a lot of hope. I mean, it's weird, but the hope that it is.
Yeah.
It's and that's what I said. Like, it's just unfortunate, especially if you're not in a good place or, you know, you don't have many people around you.
No, I know. I mean, I get, but I just, the amounts blow my mind. Not even this story. Other stories you hear, 300,000, 200,000, and multiple times sent money. Like, you send somebody 5, 10, 20, 40. I know somebody's mama went through this, and it just, to me, I don't know. I guess I just can't wrap my arm around it. That's all. I just, like, if somebody said 5,000, I send somebody, and it's long distance, okay, I can see it. To me, it's a red flag anytime somebody asks me for money that I really don't know. You know what I mean? I've never been in a situation. I'm not online, all that stuff. But even somebody I first met, if somebody said something to me, I knew a girl one time, I would say our third date, and asked me for money, and I thought that was weird. I really did. And I was like, I'm out. You know what I mean? But just that she needed money, not for anything else, just I needed money. To me, that's a red flag. But again, that's me. I understand your
It
point.
does. It looks obvious. Yeah. I mean, it really does. It when you see this story, it looks like it's something that's obviously a scam, and you wouldn't think that it would get by people, but it does on a daily basis, and especially the elderly. And that's where it really, really gets to me, too. I mean, and guys like this that are, you know, I'm assuming you said he was a vet, so he's probably up there a little bit in years.
$50,000. That's to me, that's a ton. $10,000, $5,000. I mean, that's a lot of money just to give to somebody for
Like I
nothing.
said, I mean, this is a business. As Jimmy mentioned, he gets hit up all the time. I'm sure a lot of people do. You get these weird emails or whatever, Instagram, and so it's just a numbers game for them because there's finally going to be somebody who gives in.
You're right. They could have maybe 1,000 people on the line.
Absolutely.
You know,
And I've never had one where it acted like an investor, you know, type thing.
Yeah,
and
hers wasn't. Hers wasn't. I mean, it was a girl he was talking with, but I think she, like, you know, proposed this opportunity or something like that could make him more money. Like, she was trying to help him out.
Yeah. Yeah. Want to take a phone call? Yeah. We have Carrie on the line. Carrie, welcome to the Penthouse.
Hi, good morning. Actually, that scammer somebody tried to scam me last week, and they sent a message to my text phone that said, "Hi, is this Melissa's cell phone number?" I said, "No, it's not." And they said, "Okay, well, I'm so sorry to bother you. Who is my new friend here? My name is Sally. I'm 36. I've relocated to California from Venezuela." And she sends a freaking picture.
It's so weird. So I've gotten similar ones too, but yeah. So what happened? Did you stop talking or did you continue on?
Oh, no, my God. I totally messed with her. I said, well, I know your name is not Sally. I know you're not from Venezuela. I know you're not 36. I said, you better stop this scamming right now. I'm a cop, and I'll find you.
wow. Nice. You should have told me you need 10 grand to bet on a Super Bowl.
And I was like, seriously? It stopped right abruptly. I mean, I'm not a cop, but I just wanted to scare the crap out of this person and say, you know what? But it's not going to stop them, but they just messed with the wrong person.
Well, but good. And that's the thing, like with you, and I've received similar messages. I'm sure Jimmy has too and other people listening. And you know right away, right? But as I said, it's a numbers game. There's some people who don't. And then they'll fall for it. And then they'll start having a conversation. And then they'll start getting them important information. It's just crazy. It's every day.
Especially because if they're lonely and they're older, and this person said, "Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Who's my new friend?" I'm like, I'm not your freaking friend.
Yeah.
You know?
Way to go. One for the good guys.
Thought I know, right? So anyway, you guys have a great day. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, thank you for listening.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing. You got to beat them to the punch. You ask them for money before they ask you. I was just going to ask you for $10.
You know what? I mean, Kelsey's got to win, right? You know? What do you think? Super Bowl? Want to loan me 10 grand?
I'll pay you back.
I got the Hard Rock app.
I got the Hard Rock app. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
I'll split you the winning.
Yeah, as soon as I win, you'll be the first one I'll text. And then we'll meet. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio. 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. You guys want to get involved in the show, bring anything up, Super Bowl tickets, most expensive ever, but we always hear that every year around the Super Bowl. Over $8,000 per ticket on the secondhand market. Again, very expensive for these tickets, but there will be people who will pay this kind of crazy prices. Some of the Super Bowl packages I've seen over $100,000 for tickets and parties and rooms and hotel and just crazy. Man, I thought when the Wynn sent me some for $30,000, that was a ton. But I seen some, I asked that on Instagram. I was just like, wow, this is crazy. Take that money and bet on the game. I mean, that's a better experience. And even some of the seats like in 300 level, which are pretty high up, very, very expensive, over $5,000. Again, if you have the numbers 877-927-6969. Today at 11:45, your first chance to win tickets with us for Sunfest. And it's a great lineup. Franny told you before the lineup, and it's out, so you can go to Sunfest's website and check it out. A lot of big names. Sunfest, again, what'd you say, Franny, 40 years?
Yes.
Wow, 40 years Sunfest is here. Unbelievable. We'll do fun facts at 12:05, and then after that, it's our second day of our big game giveaway, a 75-inch TV. Somebody's going to walk away with that, and you're going to pick it up at Monroe's at Palm Beach on that Friday before the big game. You'll get a 75-inch TV. If you're having a Super Bowl party, you got to have a TV.
Yep. So after the big game is the big, what they call the V-Day, Valentine's Day. And what was it? We talked about last week what people expect to. 150, something like that, a little bit over. Yeah, that they expect their partner to spend on them. But it looks like people are back at spending because, according to reports, the claims is that we are going to be spending a lot of money on Valentine's Day. In fact, we are in the billions. Americans plan to spend $26 billion on Valentine's Day. Now, this is according to the National Retail Federation, talked about it. An average of $185.81 each, and that totals to $25.8 billion. They said that that amount that's about the same amount as last year's spending, and the third highest since they started the survey tracking back in 2004. Now, when it comes to it, it's going to be spending on, of course, gifts, candy, top of the list.
Flowers.
Greeting cards, then flowers. A night out is after that. Jewelry, clothing, and then gift cards. So in total, Americans plan to spend about $6.4 billion on jewelry, $2.6 billion flowers, $3 billion clothing, $4.9 billion on an evening out. Now, those between the ages 25 and 34 plan to celebrate Valentine's this year, and that is the highest as far as that age group. It's more of a younger generation that does it. I feel like even with time, too, I mean, I'm just a little bit over that at 41, but it was a big deal for us to go out and have a nice dinner. In the past few years, we've just done it at home.
Which is nice.
Uh-huh.
Is it essential if you're going out with somebody in the beginning? This is a question I got from somebody who wanted me to bring it up to the show, that you have to get the girl roses? Say you're going out with her 6 months.
I don't think it's essential. No.
Yeah, it's not a must?
No. You can get, you don't always have to get flowers. You can do something nice besides that.
Yeah, there's other stuff. Obviously, you can do candy, take her out like that.
Yeah.
But
I don't think roses are a necessity.
All right. If you're listening, buddy, Franny says they're not necessity. If your girl gets mad, tell her to call the show.
But I don't know your girl. I mean, does she expect roses? I mean, just don't.
Some really like it,
yeah,
right?
that's the thing. I like flowers. It's not a must for me, but so I don't know what kind of girl she is. Maybe I don't want to say this, and then you not get a rose and she's pissed.
Yeah, what, you think, get me flowers?
Yeah, if she's expecting it.
See what you do in the Super Bowl. That's going to affect a lot of people's gifts. I'm going to tell you right now, because if you lose the Super Bowl 2 days later, you're going to have to pay your bookie on that Wednesday, and it'll be the big love day. So make your decisions. Maybe get your gift early if you're a girl. Or a guy. Ask for it early before the Super Bowl. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We're going to come back with a trifecta, and then 11:45, your first chance to win tickets to Sunfest. Nelly, all the lineups there. Franny told you earlier, but look it up. We can't do it for you every time. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
At $5 a piece, that's $357,000 they made.
I'm stealing that idea for our next event.
They said $1 from each shot was donated to a school's local food bank.
Except for that part.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. What do you need for the big game? Peanuts? A big TV, of course.
Oh, yeah, that.
And our friends from Monroe's of Palm Beach are giving you the chance to see the big game on a big screen. How big? How about 75 inches of big screen TV?
Whoa.
Listen for the cue to call to play big game trivia, and if you answer correctly, you'll be in the running for a massive 75-inch TV just in time for the biggest game of the year. Special thanks to Monroe's of Palm Beach and Real Radio. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Hey, it looks like President Joe Biden will be in Palm Beach this afternoon. Expect rolling road closures along Southern Boulevard, but for now, 95 and the Turnpike currently accident-free. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. This week, we'll have the story of a man who became a POW in Vietnam 2 days before his baby was born. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. Tobacco Free Florida's Group Quit service offers free virtual and in-person sessions at convenient times and locations. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. You are not alone. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination, featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the West parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888 888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The NFL's most devalued positions tend to be running backs, safeties, and linebackers. The Ravens safety, Kyle Hamilton, he was an All-Pro. Fred Warner made a massive impact in crunch time for the Niners. Running backs Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian McCaffrey were electric throughout the NFC title game. Granted, all 4 players, All-Pro caliber. It just goes to show an elite player will always find a way to make an impact, regardless of his position. I'm Dan Patrick.
Owning a Mercedes-Benz EV isn't just extraordinary, it's extra easy. With full remote access to your vehicle from your phone via the Mercedes Me Connect app. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more at MBUSA.com/EQ.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
It would be really hard to help everyone who's ever been a victim of a romance/finance scheme. Don't 50% of all marriages end in divorce? That's a pretty good scheme.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Very interesting fact, but it's a different element. You're getting screwed both ways, obviously, but that's sort of the marriage one. You sort of, you know the person, sort of.
I would hope you would know him, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't.
I am the Greek. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning. You know, I hate to say it, but what's the difference between somebody doing a scam like that and a lady coming to the bar, sitting down, and then taking you up to your room and ends up rolling you for your watch or something like that?
Nothing. She just does it quicker.
Well, they're both crimes.
It's the same.
Yes.
It's really,
Yes.
you know, I mean.
Little less the other one taking you up to the room because you're not getting 50,000. Who carries 50,000 on them? But still,
What do you mean on those rooms? A lot of them, they take the watches that are worth probably more than 50,000. We've heard these stories.
No, I know, but I'm saying like you're rolling them as far as like Jimmy's saying cash. I'm saying that you gave them the money. A lot of people who have watches like that have insurance and things like that, which do helps, but and Jimmy's writing away. I mean, it's really the same thing. Both a crime.
Yeah, well, they're pretty comparable.
Yeah.
I mean, the dollar amounts can always be different, one way or the other, high or low, but the idea is the same, right?
At least the other one who takes you to the room, you actually meet the person. I mean, so you can be like, well, I really thought you liked me, because you hear a lot of guys say
Yeah, but
it.
you always say that, though. Like, you're always surprised that somebody's so hot. Like, how do these guys don't realize that they were getting scammed? Because
I'm
why
shocked.
would somebody that good looking
I don't know.
approach you?
I'm just shocked. If somebody comes up to you in a situation like that, you got to be like, man, the key is to ask them for money as soon as you meet them. This way you find out right away. Right. You got 10 G's? She's like, what? I figured you're going to roll me, so I figured I ask you. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello.
Fran's here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, Miami Heat, they got some problems. I might have to go down there and speak to them. They've lost 7 in a row. Not good. Got beat by Phoenix last night and blown out, too. Another bad one. That's the most games they've ever lost under Coach Spo. Hopefully they can turn it around. They got a game tomorrow night. Another tough opponent, Sacramento Kings. So not good for the Heaters right now. Things are not looking good. And you always hear a lot of stories about bettors and gambling in all football, basketball games, baseball. But at the end of the game, the Lions were down by 10, and they were on the 1-yard line. And the coach decided, you know what, Campbell, we're going to try to score. Now, there was millions of people who didn't want them to score, because then the Niners would have covered their 7 or 7.5. But there was people who bet huge money on players to score the first and last touchdown. Williamson scored the first touchdown and the last one for the Lions. So this guy had a big parlay in, and he won $70,000 because of that last play. It was 4th and 1. And the pass was called, and he scored, and he won $70,000. So hats off to that guy. How excited must he have been? Like, oh, my God. I know millions of people were pissed because they didn't kick the 3. But, yeah, just decisions that are made that you really don't know will affect the amount of money it affects throughout the country. And the game is set for the 11th, and as of today on the Hard Rock app, the Niners are favorite -1.5. I find the line to be a little strange, so does Jimmy. But that is the line right now, and that's where the money's coming in. Within the next 2 weeks, it could change. By game time, you could see the Chiefs being favorite. Who knows what's going to happen? But again, this will be the 3rd time in a row in the playoffs that the Chiefs are an underdog. And Mahomes' record as an underdog is almost perfect. I think he's lost 1 time. We'll see what happens. Got a lot more hype, a lot more jam and ma'am on the Super Bowl, and we'll get into all that as the weeks continue. And that is your trifecta.
Well, here's a couple of ladies that got busted, and let me tell you the parameters, because this is pretty wild. 2 passengers on a cruise from Miami to the United Kingdom were found to be carrying over 100 bags of marijuana.
That is, I read the amount, the weights. Like, how would you even think you're going to get away with this?
It's amazing. And it's amazing they got as far as they did with it. Michael Queensberry and Savannah Rose Minami, I believe is how you would say that, were set to travel on the Norwegian Joy when law enforcement boarded the vessel. The pair were found in a cabin where Queensberry had 2 suitcases, a carry-on bag, and a backpack. Minami was allowed to leave the room at first because she said she just met Queensberry at the ship's bar. Later, a drug-sniffing dog issued a positive signal for Queensberry luggage, where officers found 56 vacuum-sealed bags containing marijuana. How did that even get on the boat?
I have no idea.
The court document...
That one lady got kicked off forever off of Carnival because she had CBD gummies to help her sleep.
I know.
And they found those gummies.
Yeah,
and they didn't find this.
Well, it sounds like it's an inside job. Somebody must have known on the ship to let them get past. Like you said, gummies. Somebody gets thrown. This has got 100 pounds.
Yeah.
And just, hey, buddy.
158 pounds.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Let's see. The court document said Queensberry claimed the drugs were for personal use and had a marijuana card.
Yeah,
a medical marijuana card.
He flashed his medical marijuana card.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
I have anxiety.
I need 158 pounds of weed to get me through this week-long cruise ship.
I'm on a vacation. It's tough. A lot of pressure. I got to put out.
Oh, my God.
After the luggage search, law enforcement located Minami at the ship's bar and escorted her to her room where another 56 bags were found. So I guess they did know each other. Yeah. The seized packages weighed about 158 pounds, as Franny just mentioned. The two have pleaded not guilty to 4 charges involving drug trafficking. They were released on bonds of $250,000 and $150,000 respectively and surrendered their passports. If found guilty on all accounts, they would face up to 80 years in prison.
Wow.
And or $4 million in fines.
Wow. So that's a long, I kid, because that's a long cruise. And so.
Why, you need that much?
No, you don't. You don't. Because it's Miami to UK. So what I was saying was a week long. That's a pretty damn long cruise. But you still do not need 158 pounds of weed. They and the cops know. And that's why they're so busted. And if they would have gotten away with it, they probably would have made a lot of money on that cruise ship just selling their little baggies of weed to everybody.
I think over in the UK is where, because that's where their destination was, and I believe that's where they I kind of read between the lines in the rest of the article because of how much more valuable it is over there.
To sell there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you could also be like, hey, you want some weed in the cruise ship?
Well,
like,
I'm sure.
I got some on
You could probably
me.
sell it on a ship in a week.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they did something there as well, yeah.
Because when people go, they head out to the ports, whether they're in Jamaica or wherever it is, you don't think that they're asking somebody like, hey, you know where I can score some weed? Sure. But you can't bring it on the boat with you. Somebody's already there with it. But.
So on the boat, the police came on the boat, correct?
According to this article, yeah.
So that
there are law enforcement on the boats already and canines. So I don't think you're going to get away with it.
I understand that, but I'm reading this. Jimmy just said so. Maybe somebody dimed them out. You know what I mean? Because when I hear these articles, I try to figure out how'd they get on the ship. First of all, with all that marijuana, somebody had to get paid off, and then all of a sudden, you're saying the police just came on the boat looking for them. Maybe somebody dined them out and said, "Hey, you go to this boat," you know what I mean? And or they got an anonymous tip or something like that.
Well, it's the luggage, right? So it's in the luggage. The luggage goes through the same type of screening that it would on an airplane, right? So, and then it's brought up to your room and they put it in front of your doors. And then, so my guess is somewhere along those lines, but you wouldn't think that they would take it to the room. If they're going to, suspect that it has something in there, they would just remove it at that point, right?
And I don't think they did. Yeah, like that's how I assumed, right? The drug sniffing dog signals something was in the luggage. You know who the luggage is for.
Sure.
And so, but you're already on the cruise ship because you go on, you can hang out and you can, get your whatever drink package or go to the bar and have a good time. While sometimes it takes a couple hours before you even get your luggage when you're on a cruise ship. So this was probably all going on down before, and they were on the cruise getting ready, and then that's when the Department of Homeland Security decided that they were going to bring some cops up in there.
Busted.
And bust them, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not getting away with that for sure. Want to give away some Sunfest tickets?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. It's that time of day. It's 11:44:35. Close enough, all right? We're 25 seconds early. A pair of one-day passes to Sunfest 2024 going on Friday through Sunday, May 3rd through the 5th on Flagler's Waterfront, downtown West Palm Beach. Franny read you the headliners earlier, and I got a couple of them here. We got Nelly, Billy Idol, Shaggy's going to be there, just to name a few. Ellie King, Bryce Vine, is it? And the Aces.
Yes, and it's El King, yeah.
El King or L.E.?
El King.
El King is going to be there. So what a great lineup. We have a pair of tickets for you to go right now. Give us a call, 877-927-6969, 877-927-6969. A pair of one-day passes to Sunfest 2024 could be yours if you answer correctly who's most likely to, and Franny will read the scenario. We will vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for, and that's how you'll win a pair of one-day passes to Sunfest 2024. Phone lines are blowing up. I'm going to get some people lined up here. You'll give me a minute, and we'll get going, all right?
Thank you so much, Jimmy. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Don't forget, after this, we'll get into some fun facts at top of the hour, which means about 5 after 12. And then 10 after 12, we will do our big game trivia where you can qualify to win a 75-inch TV. What? That is huge. You can't have a party without a TV, at least for the game. You need that. Maybe you need some fireworks and some steaks and cheese and mozzarella.
We'll get into that too. There's actually, they came out with, a list of what people find to be the most important things to have for the Super Bowl.
Ooh, yeah. So we'll do that. That is sponsored by Monroe's in Palm Beach. You'll get to pick it up February 9th, 75-inch TV. We started this yesterday, 10 days. We have 9 days left. We want to thank Monroe's always for getting involved with the Penthouse. We are their biggest sponsors, and we love them, and they love us. You want a good time, get over to Monroe's 7 days a week. Beautiful ladies, open to 5 a.m., and that's a great place to watch the big game, by the way. 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. You might not be winning on a scoreboard, but guess what? You'll be winning in life when you get over to Monroe's at Palm Beach. Man, I'm pretty good at all this stuff. It's amazing. Jimmy's getting people on the phone, 877-927-6969. Your first chance to get Sunfest tickets. Who doesn't want to go to Sunfest and have a great time? The lineup's up on Sunfest's website if you want to check it out. A lot of big names. 40 years of Sunfest. Wow, that is unbelievable. And right now we're going to start our giveaway, and we're going to find out who might win tickets to go see Sunfest. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready, and we're starting today's contest with Eric. Eric, welcome to the Penthouse. What's going on, buddy?
How you doing? How's everybody doing?
We're doing great, Eric. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks.
What do you think of this cold weather? Are you a fan or no?
I'm a fan. I work outside, so I'll take it anytime I can get it.
Oh, okay.
There we go. That seems to be a common answer, especially for anybody working outside in the South Florida hot weather. All right, Eric, let's see if we can get you over to Sunfest for 1 day. We have a pair of one-day passes to the 2024 version of Sunfest. Franny's going to read a scenario. The three of us are going to vote who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for. So get in the mind of the Penthouse, okay, bud?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Hey, let's get you these tickets to Sunfest. All right, just give us a moment to place our votes after I ask you the question. Out of Jimmy, Greek, or Franny, who is most likely to give someone the wrong directions intentionally?
All right, we have our answer. Eric, out of the three of us. Oh, you want?
Oh, okay. Okay, no, sorry. I didn't see whoever. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay.
To everybody voted for.
We good?
Okay, we good.
All right,
We're good.
we are good. Eric, out of the three of us, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to give the wrong directions intentionally?
I'm going to go with Greek.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Why?
He didn't get all the votes, but he got a majority, and that's all that matters.
Ask yourself, because
Yes,
you voted for yourself.
You voted for yourself, I know.
Because I can see you talking to Richie and trying to bust his balls and going, yeah, go north when you want to go
if it's
south.
somebody I know, but a stranger, I
I didn't say a stranger in this scenario.
Oh, so then I'm
You said somebody on purpose. You would do it on purpose, and I can see you doing it as a gag.
I love it because he votes for himself. It was like, why?
And he's still pissed. Sounds about right. Eric, great job. I'm going to put you on hold. If you can hang tight for a couple minutes, it's a show, Franny.
I know, I forget.
And hang tight for a couple minutes, Eric. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we will get you set up with those one-day passes to Sunfest 2024. Okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Great job, man. That's how you do it right there.
Yes, that is a one
Thank
and
you.
done. And tomorrow we will be back giving away tickets to the Cognizant Classic happening PGA National February 26th through March 3rd. And you're like, well, what the hell is that? That used to be the Honda Classic, formerly
AKA.
known as the Honda Classic. It is now the Cognizant Classic. They are the new sponsors for the Honda Classic. And this is going to be going on. So far, we got Rory, Richie Fowler, who have signed on to this. And these are the big names. Obviously, we have more. And you never know because we got, I don't know, a little less than a month. More big names could sign up, but it's a great time. And we'll be doing a pair of one-day passes tomorrow, 11:45.
Yeah, I'm terrible at directions. People even ask me. I'm like, don't ask me. Google it. Go on MapQuest. Don't ask me.
Yeah, I know people. I'm going to give you the directions if I have it, but most of the time I'm like, you got to just put it in your phone or put it in a GPS in your car. Or just put it in something.
Yeah.
All you have to do is put the establishment in the city.
Yeah,
and typically it'll pop right up.
I'm very bad. And I'll be the first to tell you, I get lost. If I'm dating somebody, I would get lost going to their house for the first time. Just not good at all. But, intentionally, yeah, if it was my friends, I might do it.
So I mentioned that these are the things that people say you got to have for your Super Bowl party, right? The 10 things you need to have. And it's not just the food, right? And what do we have now? 10 days? 10 days to plan for this big game party. So make sure you do it right by keeping these must-haves. A 4K TV. A dependable TV with a large screen is mandatory, and this is the time to buy if you're not in the market for one, as the deals now are the best you'll find all year. So, I'm sorry, if you are in the market for one. So, go on out, get yourself a TV, because that's necessary. G-Man made fun of it. If you invite all these people over, you said the other day, and they go to your house,
TV.
and you're watching like a 20-incher, they're going to be like, what the hell's going on?
20 inches? Oh, my God.
The hell are you doing with that? 20 inches.
Make sure you got cable or streaming. And these are like, duh. If you've got cable, you've hopefully got reliable local channel service. If you're streaming, you'll need a Roku or some other device that gets you your local CBS affiliate or Paramount Plus. We talked about this year's Super Bowl. Reliable Wi-Fi. If you're streaming, you don't want to find out how crappy your Wi-Fi is on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, that would suck.
No, make sure you got reliable Wi-Fi. A soundbar. They said don't skimp on the audio. There are some reasonably priced, great-sounding devices that can fill the room with football ambiance. Coolers. Yeah, you've got a fridge, but a nice-sized cooler is the way to go for convenience and to keep everyone from unnecessarily rooting through your stuff. I agree. I also always recommend like a cooler just full of ice because that fridge, especially if you're going to have a lot of people, that fridge may not put out as much ice as you need.
I won't deal with a refrigerator that won't put out.
I'm out of here, especially if I buy him dinner.
You better be putting out.
Put out.
It does suck, but have you ever had it where you just everybody's utilizing an ice maker and you're like, oh man, I didn't think about that. Beverages. Beer is your friend, and a nicely stocked bar is always a crowd pleaser. This is also your chance to encourage your guests to bring a little something special to your party. You know, do a BYOB, why not? And they'll probably forget about collecting what's left when they leave. So you'll have a bigger home bar and you can keep what's left, right? But they leave. An air fryer. It's less mess. They say, and you can put just about anything in it. The convenience and quality can't be overstated when it comes to that. Dips. No one has ever gone wrong overestimating the power of quality dips to dunk food and chips in at a Super Bowl party. I am a fan of dips. Food, chicken wings, pizza, always good to be. They're always going to be king, but don't be afraid to venture in the world of skewers, maybe roll-ups, kebabs, whatever. Venture out. I actually have a whole Pinterest page that I've dedicated to different Super Bowl snacks that I've seen. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to try that out.
Perfect.
Uh-huh. And then finally on here, what they claim the 10 things you need for a great Super Bowl party.
Hookers.
It doesn't say hookers on here.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what? You can add it to you can make your own list.
All right, mine's got 11 then.
Jimmy!
What?
Merch and decor. They say dress your place up so it looks like the football hub of the universe.
Yeah.
If the thought of celebrating a team that isn't yours makes you sick, then just opt for the colors. This year, you can't go wrong just with red.
True.
Just red.
That's all you need.
Red. And they said also don't forget about the gambling angle. If you have square games and various side bets ready to rock for those who like a little financial interest.
Ah, that is so nice. Great things. But you got to have a TV. That's number one.
Yeah, well, you better.
That's the number one thing. If you don't have a TV, you're definitely screwed.
Huddle around the radio.
Yeah, make sure you do that. Oh, yeah, or like you said, maybe have it on the radio, do something. Super Bowl. And one thing I think is essential is that if you have a Super Bowl party, everybody's got to be rooting for the same team. If not, kick them out.
Really?
Yeah, I think
I don't like that. I like a little S talking.
And when there's money on the line.
Now, yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah.
Because his world is all money.
So, yeah, mine's not. Mine's about the game.
Betting.
And it's about good old crap talking to each other.
Yeah, that's nice.
I don't like when it's all kumbaya. That's stupid. It doesn't make it as fun.
Well, we're not going to be at the same Super Bowl party, so don't
I
worry.
know.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm working anyway.
Sweeping floors again?
You know it. I'm just looking at a picture of my last Super Bowl
What do you
party.
like, Jimmy? Do you like it when there's opposing sides, or do you like it when everybody?
I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like It's not like I specifically go to a party that's mixed like that, where they have people opposing who are cheering up for the opposing team, or most of the time. Nowadays, we have a ton of friends in our circle of we have a decent circle of 10 couples, and out of them, 5 of the couples are Kansas City fans, and it's weird. We're just like, where do you guys come from? But yeah, they're huge fans, and so we go over our guys' house all the time and watch games, and it's fun to just go against them, even though I don't like the opposing team because there's so many of them.
Just to play around.
You just got to change it up a little bit. Yeah.
Well, that and if they're fun people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
I see Greek's point because there's money, right? And you're talking in his world, and you're talking big money on a game. You don't want to hear somebody rooting, against that. And I kind of understand that, but from a fun standpoint, I don't care unless unless it's buffalo. And yeah, I did that for 4 years, and it was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, at
I like
my
a little
house,
razzing. I do.
Yeah, at my house, I had a rule. Like, if you came over, then that was the only thing. But when I'm out in public, you have to expect it. If you're out in public, you have to expect it.
You have no control there.
Yeah, there was
But when you invite people over, you'll be like, you can only come if you're rooting for the team I'm betting on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to always tell them.
Okay.
And I didn't think there was anything wrong because we had big money and it would piss us off. Somebody had like $25 and screaming in your ear because guys go crazy whether it's 25 or 5,000. You want to win, and it would cause friction. And then after people started drinking, and there was another thing too. There was a place that we used to go to, and we told them this, and they finally changed it last week. The TVs were off. So you would see, certain people would see the game before you, like a play.
Yeah, there's a delay on some of the TVs. Yeah, and you see that more and more with the streaming.
Yeah, and it would cause, because people be like yelling, and you're at the line of scrimmage. You're like, what the hell's going on?
What are they yelling at? They haven't even hiked the ball.
Yeah, so.
But that are some things that are just out of your control.
Yeah.
No, you can't. It sucks. I mean, but if you got a place like indoor, outdoor, a big place.
But it even happens at my house.
Yeah.
We have people watching outside at the outside bar, and then inside, and you hear the difference, but you can't do anything about it.
Do you have one that's usually behind versus the other?
Yes. The one, our main one inside is ahead of the tiki.
Okay,
bar.
so you'll see it inside before they see it outside.
Like my husband will run in, especially with the Georgia game. It's like, oh, this is, scored, and we've already celebrated. Like, so
Too late, pal.
Yes.
Too late. It's over. I already spiked the ball. We had the same thing because I would hear Carla scream, and then I'm like, I haven't seen the play yet.
Yep.
So I'm like, well, I know what's going to happen based on knowing who she's rooting for.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We're going to come back with some fun facts, and then day 2 of our big game contest? Contest. Yeah, contest. Your chance to win. Qualify for a 75-inch TV sponsored by Monroe's and Palm Beach. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
iHeartRadio is the easy-to-use app for music and radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Not seeing any major incidents on the expressways. President will be in town within minutes. Expect temporary road closures along Southern Boulevard, rolling roadblocks, and delays. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. This week, we'll have the story of how a losing college football team, Ole Miss, brought a family together. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week and a 5-star menu. And Sunday night, stop in 8 to 10. Bottomless mimosas and the beautiful ladies. And what's a better way to kick off a week to be at Monroe's on Sunday night? And for the big game, make your reservations today. It's the best place in the world to watch a big game with beautiful ladies, great menu, and you might be the winner of the game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Make sure you stop in 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. The best views in the house are the ladies of Monroe's. Peace.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with a Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
What'd your mom pack you for lunch? Let's see. A turkey sandwich, chips, and... Oh, fresh from Florida strawberries. I'll trade you for some string cheese. Sure. Here's my sandwich and my chips. No, I want the Florida strawberries. Seriously? No way. Can I throw in my juice box? You can throw in your lunchbox. You're not getting my Florida strawberries.
Pack the snacks your kids want to eat. Look for the sunny, fresh from Florida logo where you shop.
How about my new sneakers. Nope. These earbuds. Nope. My backpack. Nope.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines? You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable, a north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start for Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Lots of people hired us. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword green at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse, and a great Tuesday, not a good Tuesday, not an Tuesday, a great Tuesday. Kicked off Sunfest, and we gave you guys an opportunity to win tickets at 11:45. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And everybody knows Francis is the boss of the show.
I'm not the boss.
So this week she came in. She sent me an email Sunday. She said, Greg, from now on, I want the TV on. I said, okay, no problem, whatever you say.
No, that's not what happened. I turn the TV on every day.
Okay.
All right, continue on.
So Kelly's on with her husband, Mark.
Yes, Kelly and Mark,
And today she has like a wet look in her hair. Like gel.
All right, he's trying to explain things, but let's just get to the meat of the story.
Okay.
The point of the story is he comes in, he looks up, he was like, "Oh, she looks kind of slutty today."
Hot.
And he was like, I mean, nice. And I was like, and I'm, I'm just like shaking my head. He was like, well, no, like
in a hot way,
like a hot. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, okay. And he was like, her hair looks wet. And I'm like, all right. And then he's like, I was like, I don't think many girls want to be called like that they look slutty.
I didn't tell her.
And that's what he said. He was like, well, he was like, I meant like, like I'd probably sleep with her because of her look today, not any other day.
You would bestow that upon her? Queen?
Yes.
Is that what you told me to get this drop ready?
You're a whore.
I didn't realize that. I didn't know why you were going there.
He just looks up. He's like, oh, she looks slutty today. And I was like, no, she doesn't.
Said in a hot
she's
way.
She's wearing a black blouse and black pants. Nothing like, to me, nothing about her says slutty whatsoever.
Her hair gelled back. I thought it looked nice.
It's not gelled back. She's got that wet look, like the wet hair kind of look, which is very big these days with celebrities.
Well, now you know what to go for, ladies.
I guess if you want to look slutty, Greek will sleep with you. Wet hair. You brought it up.
I know what I'm doing.
I was giving her a compliment.
Okay. Because I said every girl dreams of being called slutty.
I can't wait.
Every girl.
I'm talking to Kelly.
And even Kelly dreams of it too.
I bet you if I ever saw her, and I said, you look slutty that day.
Yeah, she'll probably slap you in the face.
I'm like, you're probably hot.
Who's this guy?
Oh my God.
Great. You don't know me? And Mark looks good every day. He's very cute.
Yes, I know.
Okay, let's do some fun facts.
Thank you. So today is, I'll let you know what day it is, but I'm gonna throw you a curveball because I've had these and we didn't get into them the last segment, so we'll do them. But I like to let you know what the holiday is because it is January 30th, which means we have National Croissant Day.
What is it?
Croissant.
Croissant.
So yes.
I had a croissant this morning.
Did you? National Draw.
Good for you.
I know. He was celebrating. He was celebrating.
Who cares if you live or die?
Yeah.
Your words, not mine.
I don't mind.
It's National Draw a
You said it. You shouldn't.
National Draw a Dinosaur Day.
Oh,
that's tough.
Yes,
nice.
Yes. National Escape Day.
2 o'clock.
And this one, I wonder if there's any deals because of it. It is. Wait, not for this one. This is funny. Yodel for your neighbor's day. Yodeling. And National Plan for a Vacation Day. So today is a day where you should start planning a new adventure. But
another one?
That's not. I haven't heard that in a while. Thank you.
I know. That's been a
hasn't
while.
felt like the Penthouse.
Oh my God, it's been like 3 weeks.
It's been
Well,
too
you haven't
long.
gone away yet. It's only the first month.
I know. I am putting it a vacation, but for May.
For May what?
For my mom's 70th birthday.
All right.
You got something to say about that?
No.
All right.
Jesus. I got in trouble because I said Kelly looks hot and slutty.
All right. So I had this as a topic, and we're going to bring this up. And these are some facts about the show Seinfeld you may have never heard before.
Oh, let me write these down. I like him.
Okay.
Jerry.
Right. Yep.
I heard he put on a good show Saturday night, actually, at Hard Rock.
He's fantastic live. Okay. Seinfeld wasn't initially imagined as a television series. So the original idea for what would later become the Seinfeld that we know and love was initially intended to be just a one-off, an hour-and-a-half long comedy special on NBC.
Oh.
That was it. It was just supposed to be just a one-time thing.
And they love the idea so much. They're like, no, we should actually make a television series off of this.
Sort of like a first date, and you end up marrying the person.
Just like it.
Yeah. Did you know?
Only if they're slutty.
I just said she looked a little slutty today.
So Patrick Warburton, known as playing Elaine's kind of flighty on and off boyfriend, David Puddy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he revealed that on the final day of filming, Seinfeld gifted each castmate, not even just the main characters, everybody that was on a custom engraved Cartier watch.
Oh, that's very nice.
He's got your style at
Cool.
Cartier.
Boy,
Yeah,
that guy's
Rolex.
been in everything.
Yeah, he has.
A lot of voiceover work too.
Yeah, you are correct. They said each episode's theme song is unique. These are facts about Seinfeld you may not have known. Composer Jonathan Wolfe revealed back in 2010 that due to the variation in length and content of Seinfeld's stand-up intros, each episode had to have the theme tailored specifically to it, matching the rhythm of the music to the pacing of Seinfeld's routine. So they were all different and unique. It wasn't always the same one, even though you may sound similar, right?
Huh.
Jimmy, you were a big fan of Seinfeld, correct?
I watched a lot of them, if not all of them.
Didn't they go away from the intro where he used to open up on stage? Or am I mistaken? Because in the beginning, they used to always start with him being on stage, like, at a comedy club.
Right, like he was doing a routine.
And then I think years later, they got rid of that.
I think they might have, yeah. It does
It
sound
does
familiar.
set that, right?
Yeah.
I know, it's been a while since I've went back.
But I remember the beginning, it would always always be that.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
do believe they went away from that, yeah.
The gang's favorite diner. Do you remember the name of it?
No, I knew it was in New York.
I don't.
Monk's was famous long before Seinfeld. The real diner used for the exterior shot of the group's grub spot, Tom's Restaurant, located near Columbia University, was the inspiration for the 1982 Suzanne Vega song "Tom's Diner" before appearing on the show. But they call it Monk's.
Oh wow!
I don't know if I would have gotten that either. And they were there every day,
Yeah.
every damn day. These are some facts you may not have heard before about the show Seinfeld. Kenny Kramer, Seinfeld's real-life former neighbor, and I don't know if I would have gotten Kenny as his first name. Inspiration for the Kramer
I thought it was
character.
Cosmo.
Cosmo Kramer, but they said Kenny. So Kenny Kramer, was Seinfeld's real-life former neighbor and inspiration for, you're right, for the Kramer character. But they said was initially reluctant to allow Seinfeld to use his name in the series. The real Kramer.
His real life neighbor was Kenny Kramer. Okay.
Would
Oh, wow.
eventually, the real Kramer would eventually relent allowing Seinfeld to change the character's name. And so they did it, but they said he let him use the Kramer after the pilot episode was finished filming. But as you mentioned, not Cosmo, or not Kenny.
Not
Cosmo.
Kenny, but they made it Cosmo. I wonder if he gets royalties for
I
that.
don't know.
Can you imagine that? Just want to use my name? Go ahead.
Yep. Let's see here. Some facts about Seinfeld that you may or may not know. I think we've talked about this. Jason Alexander thought the show would never make it to air.
Yes.
Though he personally found the script to be brilliant, he admitted to a news show he didn't think that the show would last. When asked about his reasoning, he said, because the audience for this show is me, and I don't watch TV. But I don't think anyone is more surprised by the success of Seinfeld than we are, because we thought, oh, we'll amuse ourselves, and that'll be it. We'll have a videotape at the end of it, and we could just play it at parties, thinking that's what they were going to do with the show. I love it.
It's amazing, like...
Because he doesn't watch TV and how many people are glued to their televisions.
Yeah, things that are huge. Like I can think of a couple, and the Beatles.
Mhm.
I mean, Ringo thought it was going to be like 6 months when he first came on the
Yeah.
Beatles. He goes, I just want to make enough to open up a hair salon.
Right.
There's a show on ESPN that's been on 22 years, a sports show, Woolbine and them, and they, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I watch it every day, I forget the name, but they thought it was going to be on 3 months. And it's been 20 years.
And if I remember right, the first year of Seinfeld's ratings, they didn't do well.
Nope.
If I recall correctly.
Then they
he
put
had
him
to
with Friends.
really kind of stretch to get them to bring it back.
Yep.
They
And
put
then,
him on
of
a
course,
lineup
it,
with Friends.
Took off.
That's what it was. They put
They
him with
did.
them. And they changed their time slot. I think originally, Jimmy, and I could be wrong, they were on 9:30. And they changed like a half hour and put Friends before them.
Okay.
And there was a couple other ones, too. But it was a great lineup, obviously.
And just a few more here. Did you know that Rosie O'Donnell almost played Elaine?
Oh, wow.
They said that she, with encouragement of co-creator Larry David, I guess they're good friends, he auditioned her for the role. And Seinfeld was impressed with her performance. But the role eventually was given to, who we know, Julia Louis-Dreyfus instead. But yeah, she was almost it. Do you want to guess? It's a fun thing. How many girlfriends do you think Jerry racked up on the show's run throughout the series?
It's got to be.
And some big names: Deborah Messing, Catherine Keener, Anna Gunn, Lori Loughlin. All were people who played his girlfriends.
Yeah.
Let's say 42.
No run, no.
9-year run.
I'll say I'll be more conservative. 19.
66 girlfriends.
Damn.
Throughout
Jerry,
the series.
what's with that?
Holy smokes.
Uh-huh.
Because they would last like 1 or 2.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
yeah.
they'd be
That's
out.
why it's
And I
so
was thinking
many.
9 years.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Yeah, so many. They said that after not being included in season 3 episode of the show, not included in a season 3 episode of the show, which is interesting, one main character in a whole entire show was not included. They said Jason Alexander threatened to quit if he was left out of another episode.
I read that.
Keep me out of one more.
Now, is Elaine, if you were doing a trivia question, would she have been considered a girl? Because that was the background, right?
Maybe.
Because she
Yeah,
was
'cause
they dated.
Yeah, they dated.
But I don't think on the show. I think on the show
So
they
during the
always
whole
said
time frame were they ever? I thought they were at one point.
You could be right. I could be wrong. I don't remember.
They got back together or something, I want to say.
I always remember the presidents being that they dated in the past and then they were friends.
Yeah, that was the main premise.
Yeah.
Really.
And we're good. That is your
That's
fun
it?
facts today.
Oh.
Yeah, some things you may not have known about the show.
Great
Seinfeld.
job, Francis. Okay, guys, girls, this is your chance. We're going to do our big game trivia question. You will qualify to win a 75-inch TV sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. You can call us right now at 877-927-6969. One contestant a day. So far, this is day 2. So if you want to win a 75-inch flat screen TV, sponsored by Monroe's, qualify, get this question right, though I will ask, and then Jimmy will get you on, and then we'll make it happen. We usually about 10 after 12. We're a little behind today. But again, it's a Super Bowl trivia question. Give us a call right now at 877-927-6969. 75-inch TV. That is huge. You can't have a party without a TV.
True. I just mentioned that. Yep. You got to have a TV. And I think what's like just the cherry on top is that you pick up the TV February 9th at Monroe's of Palm Beach.
Awesome.
Uh-huh. Not a bad location to pick up a television.
Yeah, and if I'm free, but it's going to be a tough weekend because I'm supposed to go to Vegas, I might even be there and you get to meet me. I mean, I don't want to guarantee it. I want to see what's going on with Taylor. She needs me someplace that weekend. Phones are blowing up. I'm not surprised. But again, we're going to do this for the next 10 days, including the locker room. And one person will qualify. Well, not one person. Whoever gets the question right will qualify to win a 75-inch TV. Compliments of Monroe's of Palm Beach. It is our big game Penthouse trivia question. It's the Penthouse. We got to be the biggest. Got to have a 75-inch TV. I can't do it like 30 or 40 inches, but 75 inches. And if nobody gets it right, the TV, unfortunately, will go in here. And I'll get to look at Kelly and Mark, and Kelly with her wet, slutty hair.
It's not slutty. Oh, my God.
I said it looks...
I can't believe what can it be sexy? Like, slutty is just so derogatory.
You know what? Again...
Can it be sexy?
Yes, you're correct.
Instead of slutty?
Yeah, I'm giving it a word slutty like compliment. Like, if I'm with somebody, I might be like, you look slutty tonight. You look like you're looking for it. You know what I mean? It's a compliment.
I don't think anybody takes that as a compliment.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
But, you know, you do what works for you. It's been lasting this long, so.
What, the show? Jimmy, are you ready?
We are ready, and today's contestant is Tom. Tom, welcome to the Penthouse. How are you today, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing, guys, ladies?
We're doing great,
Good,
Tom. Do you have a place to put this TV if you win?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Facebook Marketplace.
Wow.
Kidding. Jimmy,
you want to go over the rules again real quick?
Very simple, Tom. Greek is going to read you a question. I have a timer set at 5 seconds. You have to answer within that 5 seconds. And if you answer correctly, then you will be in the running. We're going to take your name, put it into a hat, and if anybody else qualifies, then we're going to do a drawing on the 9th, February 9th. And Franny's going to pick a name out of the hat. So this will get you qualified and not necessarily to win it, okay?
Got it.
All right, we got a little football music here. We get our CBS theme going since the big game is on CBS this year, as well as Paramount Plus and Nickelodeon, as we found out. So here comes your trivia question, Tom.
You ready with the timer, Jimmy?
Yep.
What famous jeweler makes the Lombardi Trophy?
No, so Cartier.
No. Tiffany.
Yeah. No clue.
Oh, well.
Son of a gun. It was Tiffany. Yep.
Would
Did you know it, Freddie?
I would, because I have retained that from you saying this for a while. Mm-hmm.
All right, Tom, thanks for listening, and we appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll have another one. So far, you guys are 0 for 2 with 8 to go. I'm not saying I'm rooting against you, but we are.
2 down.
2 down. 75-inch TV.
Hey,
Scratch Tom off that list.
Tom and Mark, we're sorry, but if you're chomping at that bit and you know Super Bowl trivia, make sure that you are tuned in. And you just know it's going to be after we do fun facts at the 12 o'clock hour. Then we're going to go straight into this.
Now, the thing is, you have to remember about this contest, it's like Greek Gridiron, same thing. As the day goes on, your odds increase. So now you got 1 in 8 shot, which is good. But again, I'll be giving you Super Bowl questions every day related to the Super Bowl, something about Super Bowl, maybe a player. We'll see what happens, but we do have 8 days left.
Nice.
And,
We got to check in on this, too. 47142 started off with Real Radio. Liz, we love Liz. I'll make a run during the break up front because she texts 47142 and says, hi to my favorite people. I just dropped off some snacks for you guys and tell Greek to share his nuts.
Wow.
He does every day, Liz.
Yeah. I just told Jimmy that during a break. We were gonna. It was. I got told the name was Elizabeth, so we wanted to thank her.
That's her real name.
Yes.
So she brought us chocolate chip cookies, M&Ms.
She's so sweet.
And I gave the M&Ms to our big boss because he was here today. Some nuts and beef jerky, which I gave to Curtis.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't offer us any of the things that she bought?
Well, you offered me.
I offered him.
But you didn't offer me anything?
You didn't get like beef jerky. Are you a big beef
I love M&Ms. I love beef jerky. I love all the things that she brought for us, but you gave to other people. I didn't get offered for any. All right, Liz. I didn't get anything, so, because he gave them to everybody else before even asking if I wanted anything.
I can hear her turning around right now, too.
I love it.
That's
Bree
how
takes
nice.
the package. He's like, I'll distribute it to everybody except Franny.
I didn't think. Oh my god.
I love beef jerky.
I didn't know. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get it from Curtis. You
I'm
didn't
not
open
going to
it.
take it back
Go
from
take his
him.
food.
Yeah. You gave it to him as a gift to be like, hey, you know that wasn't meant for you.
Oh, what's the best? I didn't
dare
think you
you.
like beef jerky.
Sorry, I guess he's not going to share anything, Liz. He said to share his nuts, but I guess I got nothing.
And I gave some to Andrew. So I just didn't think you wanted it.
Jesus Christ. I didn't think you wanted without even asking. I'm going
You're
home.
on a special diet.
I'm going home. Am I? Am I on a special diet?
Oh, thank you,
By
Dad.
the way, I was doing the carnivore diet. If you pay attention, I have not been doing it for the past couple months. And guess what beef jerky is?
What?
Meat.
Really? Wow.
Hence in the name. beef.
Allegedly.
I'll take it from Curtis. He didn't
No,
open
I don't
it yet.
want. They can have it. I don't want anything now because you didn't think of me. And it wasn't a gift for you. It was a gift for the Penthouse.
I think of you all the time. God, you're on my
So
mind every day.
Rude.
That's not creepy. Boy, you got silent quick.
Oh,
Liz,
my
thank
God.
you so much. I wish I knew you were here. I wanted to come see you.
I thank you for the thought. So thank you for bringing chaos that got sent to everybody else. It's not your fault, Liz. It's Greek's. But I didn't get anything.
877-927-6969. If you think it's my fault, let me know. I didn't think.
It's not your fault. You gave it to a boss, Andrew Curtis, before even asking if I wanted anything.
Oh, he's already passed the blame on
Oh, my
God. He's already done it.
He went through like da-da-da, like Santa Claus. Like, look what I got.
Look at me.
Yeah, and then
First of
I didn't even
all,
know. I just read this text, so
They
excited that we were
knew
getting
it wasn't
snacks.
for me that I'm going to go buy beef jerky.
That's not the problem. The problem is she gave the gift to the crew, the three of us.
I asked Jimmy.
You didn't ask me.
I asked Jimmy.
I understand. So clearly I'm no longer part of this crew. That's fine.
Jimmy.
Whatever. It is what it is.
You're the
I'll
biggest
remember
part of this show.
I'll remember that.
If you quit tomorrow, you know what that means.
I'll remember that. I'll have a show on the Gators too. So.
You're over there.
That's what that means.
I'm on unemployment.
That's right. We're done. D-O-N-E. Done. Again, today's
Holy
big
crap, he spelled that right. Jesus.
Every once in a while.
It's a show, people.
It's a show. I
It's a
gotta get
show.
up.
We're putting it all. It's all a big joke. It's like my life.
You are. Can I get my Taylor Swift Greek again? I like that.
Yeah, of course.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Hello, Greek.
Hello, Greek.
Whatever.
Whatever, Greek.
Sounds like management.
I'll ever say that. Whatever, Greek. Let's see what that sounds like. That ought to be good.
It is the Penthouse, and I am wrong. I should have offered Franny the food too, but she's on a special diet.
I am not on a special diet. Why do you put words in my mouth? mouth. Why do you
it's all he does.
Oh, my God. Jesus. I eat well, but she dropped off some snacks that are good, like beef jerky, nuts. I could eat that stuff.
Hello, Franny.
No, I don't.
Is that Liz? That was Liz. Hello,
oh, my God.
Can you eat chocolate chip cookies?
Oh, my God. I don't. I try, but if I want to treat myself, I will.
Yeah,
you save them for you because you
have
love
those.
chocolate chip cookies.
I didn't touch them. I didn't touch anything in the box yet. Oh, my God. Talking
You
about
did.
getting-
You touched them and you handed them out to everybody.
Came back from the show eating the damn stuff.
No, I didn't eat anything out of that bag yet.
No.
I didn't
The
touch it.
jerky, you weren't eating that when we came back from break?
No, I gave him the whole thing. I didn't open it. I didn't open anything that she gave us in the bag.
I don't know if I believe anything you say now.
I don't either.
Well, A, why should we? But A, I didn't touch anything. I really didn't. Maybe a couple M&Ms.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
It's a show.
Yeah, it's all made up. But it's not. But it is. But it's not.
Figure it out.
Yeah, you do it.
Jimmy! That's a great drop. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes with more nonsense. And by the way, I got a text about me calling, what's her name, Kelly Ripken slutty. I meant that in a compliment. We'll be back.
Of course.
Real radio is the news junkie.
At $5 a piece, that's $357,000 they made.
I'm stealing that idea for our next event.
They said $1 from each shot was donated to a school's local food bank.
Except for that part.
The news junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. What do you need for the big game?
Peanuts.
A big TV, of course.
Oh, yeah, that.
And our friends from Monroe's of Palm Beach are giving you the chance to see the big game on a big screen. How big? How about 75 inches of big screen TV?
Whoa.
Listen for the cue to call to play big game trivia, and if you answer correctly, you'll be in the running for a massive 75-inch TV just in time for the biggest game of the year. Special thanks to Monroe's of Palm Beach and Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Temporary road closures along Southern Boulevard, rolling roadblocks likely on 95 with delays as President Biden gets ready to arrive here at PBIA. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
A massive data leak, being called the mother of all breaches, has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately sold databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination, featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the west parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable. A north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. Sunfest tickets this morning at 11:45, and your chance to win $1,000 13 times a day. And our big game giveaway, trivia about Super Bowl questions, will continue tomorrow at 10 after 12. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hello.
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the Miami Heat are in a little bit of some trouble. They have lost 7 in a row. They got beat pretty bad last night by Phoenix. Jimmy Butler said after the game, we're just not scoring, playing good defense, or rebounding. And when we start doing that, maybe we'll win. Tomorrow night, the Heat do have a game against Sacramento Kings, another tough opponent for them. Hopefully it doesn't go to 8. Longest losing streak in Coach Spo's career, which is a long time. They just gave him $120 million, 8-year extension. So hopefully the Heat can turn it around, and this doesn't continue even longer because they'll drift right out of the playoffs, which is not good. They made a big trade last week for Rozier, and I thought it was a good move, but so far it has not equaled into W's. The Super Bowl is about 11 days away, and it will be February 11th at 6:30, and the 49ers are favored by 1.5 points over the Kansas City Chiefs, and that'll be on CBS, and Will Mahomes and his team get their 3rd Super Bowl in 5 years. We'll see what happens with that. I'm still surprised by the line. And also there was a bettor who won $70,000 at the end of the Lion-Niner game because Campbell went for a touchdown on 4th and 1. He didn't kick the field goal, and they were down by 10. And this one bettor had Williamson scoring a touchdown, the first one and the last one. Extremely big odds, and it paid off for him for $70,000. And that is your trifecta for lunchtime. Peace.
So I do have a couple texts we're going to get through. We have 47142. That's the number. You just have to start it off with Real Radio. Somebody was talking about the Seinfeld situation where there was a Kenny guy, Cosmo Kramer. They said the real Kramer, a.k.a. Kenny, stopped talking to Jerry for roughly 20 years because he tried to sue Jerry for $1 million and it was thrown out of court. I did not know that. They say also, do you know who the 5th character is on Seinfeld?
The guy Newman?
They said if you give it, so I was going to go there. If you give a hint, it's not Newman, but was seen in every episode minus the Chinese restaurant.
Really?
So it's not. So this is a tricky one. So I don't know if it's necessarily a character. Yeah, this is tricky.
The waitress?
So seen in every episode minus the Chinese restaurant.
I'm trying to think who else. Well, Elaine's boss was in a lot, but not everyone.
I don't think you're going to get it.
The only one I can think of is George Steinbrenner.
No, they say
no, it wasn't everyone.
Superman.
Everyone. Oh, because he had the thing on his in his apartment. He had the Superman member figurine.
Okay.
So I don't know if you necessarily consider that character, but that's a fit. And they said 5th in quotation. Yep.
Yeah, it's an interesting
every
tidbit.
episode minus the Chinese restaurant one. Yeah.
Yeah, he had the figurine of Superman and that remember the wall he had by his speakers, and he always had that.
So if you guys missed the last segment, Liz came by and dropped off a bunch of snacks, and Greek didn't think it was obligated to come in. It was for the Penthouse crew to offer, see if I wanted any. Instead, he went out and just passed it around the office, not asking if I wanted any. And so we have here, so Greek took a gift that was meant for you guys and went around the studio like Santa Claus, took the glory for something he did not provide. Why am I not surprised? Then we also have, you shouldn't be that hard on Greek for giving away the gifts meant for everyone. He probably didn't realize that beef jerky is food. And then we have Greek, always full of baloney. And then we have, did you hear the disdain in Greek's voice when he said, like, I would ever buy beef jerky? Is beef jerky beneath Greek? I've never actually met Fran, but I would share my jerky with her. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So you can always participate. 47142. Started off with Real Radio. And thank you, Liz. What did you want me to bring up? I forgot. I was just so involved in not getting any beef jerky. What was it?
Decisions that you struggle with every day.
Okay, yes.
Like coming to work.
Yes, those are ones I struggle with every day. But yes, there are decisions that we all have a hard time with, and they're simple decisions. And we know the ones that most couples go through. What do you want for dinner? I don't care. What do you want for dinner? What do you want to eat?
I struggle with lunch.
Those are ones that are quite common. Oh, goodness. But
when is enough enough?
These are the daily struggles, according to people, and they're simple, Stephen. We're not talking about really deep things. But when some decisions are big or require some considerations, others just aren't that big. But we just struggle with them anyways. And the new poll looked at these top everyday decisions that we struggle with. These are the top 10. Do you want to play a guessing game?
I would say lunch or breakfast or dinner.
Yes, well, I mentioned that. What to eat. That is number one. 44% have trouble deciding on any given day what the hell they're going to eat.
What to wear?
Where, yeah, that was...
Number 4, what to wear. 37%. Everyday decisions we struggle on.
Which girl to bang?
It's not on the
No?
list. No.
All right, well.
You can make a number 11 if you want to get.
All right.
Whether or not to get gas.
Whether or not to get gas. That is not on here.
I'm thinking of common decisions, things you got to do every day.
Some of these are just right in front of you. Like, they're very simple.
Whether or not to take a shower.
We can add that. Yeah, personal hygiene, number 9.
Oh, all right.
18%. Not necessarily, but yeah, personal hygiene. And they say, like, do you have time to take a shower?
I'm trying to think of something like work-related, like how you would start your day or focus on your day.
Okay, you're kind of
focusing
there.
on your what you're going to start your work with.
So not necessarily, but I think that we can put this in here. Number 8, how to organize your day at 25%.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So we only got 4 so far out of 10. We're going to go after work? Or at evening, like social plans, like what you're going to do after you get
Social-related decisions, number 10, 18%. Like, do you really want to go grab a drink with that friend or just stay at home?
All right, so we got 5.
Makes sense.
Oh, man, but we don't get any of the ones on the beginning. Just 4 was
well, number 1, what to eat.
What seats to buy at the Super Bowl?
That's nice if that's an everyday decision for people, a common decision, right?
What game to bet on?
Those are tough.
I don't know if you're going to get number 7. This is whether spending money on something is worth it, right?
Okay.
They have that at number 7.
Just in general, spending on any given type thing. Okay.
Is it worth it? Number 6, your morning routine. What order to do stuff in.
Okay.
And I think typically when it's a routine, you have that order already, but some people struggle with it. When order to do it in.
See, that falls under the other one to me, I guess, how you organize your day. But I guess that one was more specific for work, and this is personal life.
Your morning routine,
all right.
yes.
All right, fair enough.
And see, number 5 is kind of similar to 7. 7 was whether spending on something is worth it. Number 5 is what to buy at the store. I'm guessing maybe specifically like grocery store or something like that, but 5 is what to buy at the store. 4, you already said what to wear. Number 3, I don't think you'll get decisions related to a hobby you have.
Okay.
Number 2 is very common. I'm surprised we haven't gotten there yet. Think about being at home.
What to watch?
Yes, what to watch on TV. 40%.
That should
These everyday decisions people struggle with. That is the top 10 according to a poll that they did.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty, like you said, right in front of you.
Answers to this question.
Yes.
I'm struggling.
Struggles.
I'm
Everyday
struggling.
struggles.
Struggle is a tough word. That's when you're like, man, what am I going to do? The eating thing, I think everybody goes through.
Yeah.
Couples or you're by yourself. You're not sure.
That's got to be the most common, right?
Yeah, you would think. But I think what Franny said is right. You come home, you want to get dinner. What do you feel like? I don't care. What do you want? Italian? No, I don't want Italian. And then you just keep going on and on with it.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's a really cute thing, and you can buy it cheap on Amazon. And people normally don't go for it. But have you seen the spin the wheel to make the decision of what you're going to eat?
Oh, that's
No,
cool.
no, I
Yeah,
haven't.
so you have it at home, and it's just fun. If you can't make a decision that day,
That's good.
it's a spin the wheel. And then, there's pizza, Chinese, Italian, sushi, or whatever that's up
cool.
there. And then it just makes a decision for you.
Can you write in like your own stuff, like
sure.
all your different things that you might have in the house, type thing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, to make it for
Right.
making dinner,
Right.
probably.
Like
yeah.
a combination,
Okay.
or one could be takeout, or it could be different takeouts, like you gave as an example there. But I would think that even for cooking as well.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Yeah, the one I saw was more if you were going to go out to eat.
Okay, gotcha.
But
gotcha.
that's not a bad plan. But that's what you do. You put what you have in your fridge or your freezer. That's a good idea, and you write it in. And then if you can't make a decision, you just spin the wheel.
Yeah, because we have the same type thing, right? I mean, what do I take out for dinner? Right?
Yep.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call. if you want to reflect on anything that we spoke about earlier in the show, or you can bring up whatever you guys like. We're always open to questions.
This person has a good idea. I'm sorry. They said when making decisions on food on the text line, 47142, said I would always tell my girlfriend if I'm taking that I'm taking you to your favorite place. And 9 times out of 10, they say, oh, I love such and such. And then, they'll give you where they want to go. They said that works for them. They say, and then you just go to wherever she says.
That's smart.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Very interesting.
All right. Sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I had seen, we were talking a little bit about the Super Bowl ticket prices. And I guess the one place you go is right to the stadium's website. So I'm looking on there, and the cheapest ticket that I've seen on here that they have available is $8,500 a pop, and that is in the 300 level.
Wow.
So then that starts at $8,500, goes up to just in that section I see as high. All right, so now it's bumping around to different levels, but for the most part in the 300 level, it'll go up to about 10,000. So, but that is a particular package that they have, which is called the Kickoff Club. And it basically is a ticket inside Super Bowl experience at Mandalay Bay, all-inclusive tailgate, fare, and open bar. So that's kind of nice. Live DJ and interactive games. The On the 50, the Playmakers Club, the Touchdown Club, and the Decade Touchdown Club are all sold out. The only other package they have available is the Club 67, and that includes everything I just mentioned, plus live headline musical entertainment and NFL legend appearance. And those tickets start at $18,000. So 18,275 to be exact. And that is, it's in the 100 level, section 131, 131, 131, 137.
Those are good seats.
So they're good seats. Let's see, 137 is about 20-yard line, just to put it into perspective. So those are pretty good seats and everything. But still, you're looking at $20,000 here. 20,400. And it tells you how many tickets they have left at that. The highest is section C11, which is about the 40-yard line, going for $22,950 for one ticket.
And that's
at the stadium. That's the stadium's website.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm surprised.
Because I went through there. I wanted to see what it was like there instead of like Ticketmaster or other secondhand markets, and I was curious to see if they would have any available. So that's what I just saw online.
Yeah, it's unusual that they even have that with the stadium. Because it's usually through, like you said, Mandalay Bay or Wynn that they have a package because they're overpriced.
Maybe it is. Maybe that's some deal they've got going. I accessed it through when I searched up Allegiant Stadium and then clicked on their website and went to tickets and just went that way. So it may be partnered with somebody else.
Yeah, because I don't think they're going to charge more than the prices. I don't think they're allowed to.
Right.
Just like the Dolphins. When you buy tickets from the Dolphins, they show you seats are $300 and there's fees and stuff like that. But yeah, all the casinos have them. I've been getting a ton of emails about them and different things. But they put together a whole package for you. But like you said, it's a lot of money. The one I got for the Win, I said 10 times, $30,000. Crazy.
Well, the Super Bowl hasn't been for the everyday fan for a very long time, unless you get lucky, in a contest or if you know somebody type thing. It's a corporate event now.
Yeah, and if you know somebody who works in the NFL. That's the biggest thing they'll be nice enough to charge you what the cost of the ticket. And like I said, I think downstairs $3,500, and upstairs is $25,000.
Right.
So if you pay for that, even 2 tickets downstairs, great seats, that's still $5,000, and that's a minimum, which is a ton.
Yeah.
When you really think about it. Then if you throw in hotel and airfare,
especially when you start going back and you look at ticket prices from the 70s and 80s and maybe even into the 90s a little bit, right? You look at some of the prices on those tickets and in comparison, and it's not even close.
The first one was $6.
Yeah,
they always said it. Yeah, $6, and they gave them away.
Yeah.
But again, time goes up. The amount of money goes up. Obviously, inflation.
Yeah. Well, the NFL wasn't nearly as popular at that point. But
no, it wasn't as big. It just, like you said, just wasn't as big. And obviously, the Super Bowl got bigger, and the TV rights and everything like that.
Yeah.
There was a guy that was talking to me. He went to the Jets Super Bowl down here in '69. He said he bought the tickets for $25. I mean, and that was 1969. I mean,
that was at the Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
Right.
Or name it last time the Jets were in it.
Right.
But he said he bought 2. He's a gentleman I know at Cigar Bar. He said, I bought 2 tickets for $25 each. at the game.
Yeah.
Just walked up and bought them. So, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, walked up to a window.
Yeah. Well, you used to be able to do that.
Sure, yeah, of course.
You could still do that at certain places. The Marlins have that. You can buy tickets at the gate. Yeah. But
Panthers, you go down, you want to go see a Florida Panthers game, you walk up to the window and get tickets.
Yeah, whatever's
That's
available.
That's not at every stadium?
Well, the ones where there's tickets, like the Knicks, you can't do it. They're always sold out.
Well, yes, I'm
Yeah.
saying tickets are available, but there's ticket windows everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Just a regular Tuesday night game, Knicks would be sold out. You couldn't walk up to the window?
You might. I mean, upstairs you get something. You might be able to.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, from what I read with the Knicks, they're always sold out. But again, it varies. Same thing with the Celtics, Warriors. Most expensive tickets in the NBA are the Warriors.
But their TV sold out, right? I mean, in order to make it so that they can broadcast the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a difference. We all know it. Yeah.
Well, they go way over that. There's a minimum. Remember, I don't even know if that rule's still in existence. I'm not sure, the blackout rule.
As far as I know.
Yeah, it might be. Well, remember, like, local TV stations and radio stations have to buy the tickets.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, a Dolphins game got blacked out, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
If I remember right, I want to say about 3 years ago.
Yep.
Something along those lines.
Because they've been sold out for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They've done really, really well with the Dolphins. And the second-hand market, the tickets are very expensive for the Dolphin game.
Yeah.
And that's just a regular season game.
Yeah, well.
But it changes, like I said. But the Super Bowl tickets are crazy. They always are. And Vegas is going to up it more. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved. Also, you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com, or you could text us, Real Radio 47142. Those are the ways that you guys can get involved with the show. Always appreciate you guys. And again, we have 8 days left to try to qualify to win a 75-inch TV sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. Always appreciate Monroe's getting involved. These are a list of things that people that are disciplined will never do. That's an article I read last night. Will not skip breakfast. It's something that I do a lot. Will not spend money impulsively, just nilly-willy, let's just go spend money. Will not spend large amounts of time on their phone and just going up and down checking things out, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is. Will not neglect their health and not spend any time on negative thoughts and talk. This is people that are very disciplined in their day. Out of those 5 things, do you guys think you do any of those or no?
I do a majority of those.
Yeah. I think it's hard not to, a lot of them.
No, I don't eat breakfast. I try not to spend impulsively. That's one that I don't really do. As far as neglecting my health, I mean, I go to the doctor. If something's wrong, I don't neglect that. I'd have to, negative thoughts and talk. We all have our negative thoughts, I guess.
Yeah.
Hard to avoid that.
The health thing for guys is very high. I know a lot of guys I'm friendly with, and they never go to doctor. And it's like a big thing when they do. You should always get checked up at least once a year.
But I think they mean that like all-encompassing, not just going to the doctor. I think eating right, and working out, and all that, not neglecting your health.
Yeah. These are things that people do that are very disciplined every day. And sometimes it's hard to do all of them. Sometimes you just drift off on certain things. You just like, I can't do that. But it is willpower, just like going to the gym or anything like that. Making a conscious effort to do it. Tariq Hill's drama still going on. He said he fired his attorney. His attorney saying now that he quit. This is the same attorney who was representing Tariq in the divorce. I don't know what's going on here. Because the attorney's saying that Tariq told him to go for the petition for the divorce.
Well, and he's coming back saying that it didn't happen. It got leaked. He doesn't know why, blah, 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 somebody else. But you've got to sign that paperwork.
I was going to say that.
Like, you can't, if anybody could just willy-nilly go to an attorney, go to a court and be like, hey, I'm filing for divorce for this person. Like, what? It does not make any sense.
No, when I first read the article, that's what I believed. Because I was like, so you have to sign papers.
He said, I fired the effing bonehead who filed divorce docs, is what he called his attorney. But he said, did this without his approval. You can't file divorce documents without any approval on there and signatures. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. It feels like he's just trying to get out of this.
It seems like it came out and now it blew up because he was only married like 76 days. Then he has those other 2 suits going against him with those other 2 women who are looking for more money for him to pay in child support. So we'll see what happens with this. I'm sure it's going to have another spin on this whole situation. But again.
But obviously it was a conversation. Okay, either way, I believe this was happening. He was part of this, right? But obviously it was a conversation that was had because he was like, I just got to say that it sucks. A lot of our stuff is in public, but behind closed doors, a lot of people got fired for doing things without a yes. So there was a conversation that was had. I don't think his attorneys just decided out of nowhere that they were like going to file divorce papers on his behalf.
Yep.
It just, I don't know.
It
doesn't
changed.
make him look good.
No, he might have changed his opinion.
He might have changed his mind,
Yeah.
but it was already done. What was done is done, and he changed his mind after it got out, I'm sure.
And then I read an article, I think, in the Miami Herald where the lawyer said he quit. He goes, I quit. It wasn't that he fired me. So I don't know. On the field, he had a great season. I know he's up for Offensive Player of the Year, but off the field, this is a little bit of some drama. He had to fire. Thank God nobody got hurt, but the house was supposedly ruined. But these are 2 suits he has against him and this divorce pending. Right. Who knows what's going to happen? It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. Franny, we have some Florida stories. What's on the docket?
Yes, a potato peeler and a naked woman. That's all part of a Florida story that we have.
All right. Sounds like my porn search.
And the guy went to the thrift store because he needed clothing, but he's got in trouble for it. I guess you got to purchase it, even if it is only $5. I'll tell you that story. And then we have another incident. Food. Throwing food at somebody can get you arrested. Even this one item. I will get you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Download the app and then take us anywhere. Except maybe there. Get it from your app store. Search for iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money. Here we go.
Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
President Biden has landed at PBIA, headed to Jupiter. Expect delays along I-95 and Indiantown Road. That's traffic on Judy's Scoop.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week and a 5-star menu. And Sunday nights, stop in 8 to 10. Bottomless mimosas and the beautiful ladies. And what's a better way to kick off a week to be at Monroe's on Sunday night? And for the big game, make your reservations today. It's the best place in the world to watch a big game with beautiful ladies, great menu, and you might be the winner of the game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Make sure you stop in 7 days a week. Open at 5 a.m. The best views in the house are the ladies of Monroe's. Peace.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. Tobacco-Free Florida's Group Quit service offers free virtual and in-person sessions at convenient times and locations. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. You are not alone. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Sunshine came softly through my window today.
Florida truly is the Sunshine State, and it shows in everything we grow. When you shop, choose Fresh from Florida.
'Cause I made my mind up, you're going to be mine. I tell you right now.
Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
A massive data leak, being called the mother of all breaches, has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately sold databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable, a north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at realradio921.com. That's credit. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse. What is going on? Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. We so appreciate you tuning in and being a part of The Penthouse. You have so many ways to do so. You can email us, Jimmy at realradio921.com. We have that toll-free number, 877-927-6969. Also, we love that talkback feature. We don't utilize it enough, so get on there. Download that iHeartRadio app. Search for Real Radio 921. You can record a little voice message on that little microphone icon, and we will play it on air. And then, of course, I have a text line in front of me, 47142. I am Francis. We also have Jimmy. Hello, good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And, I'm sorry, honey. Go ahead.
Just going to ask if you had some Florida stories.
Oh,
but,
I do have some Florida. But, before we do that, let's give another round of that keyword for the 1 o'clock hour, please.
Absolutely. That keyword is credit. Go to realradio921.com. And when that window pops up for you, enter the keyword credit, and you will be in the running for $1,000 of Red Zone revenue. Hey, who wouldn't like $1,000 maybe to spend on your favorite NFL team? Or maybe you want to pay some bills. Whatever you want to do with it, it's $1,000. We call it Red Zone revenue. Go to realradio921.com, enter keyword, and you'll be in the running for $1,000.
I love it. We want to say your name right here on Real Radio. Won $1,000. Hello, G-Man. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Francis, Jimmy, and now it's time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida. WTF.
what the Florida?
All righty. Let's start with a dude who threw a chocolate egg at somebody. Now, not as messy as if you were to throw a real egg at somebody, a regular egg, but still, we hear all these people who throw burgers and pizzas, and guess what? It'll still get you arrested, even if you don't think so. And a Florida man is now behind bars. He went to a Circle K and got all upset about stuff. They said that the Edward Riordan, the convenience store worker, tried to check out, and I don't mean like he was checking him out, like tried to check him out like a Richard, John Mijas.
Hey, you're pretty hot.
As he was next in line. However, for some reason, Mijas refused to let Edward handle his transaction. Maybe he thought the other person next to him was hot, the guy who did this, Mijas. So he didn't want Edward to handle his transaction. Instead, Mijas walked over to the other employee, rendered payment to them, and then threw a chocolate egg towards them, hitting him in the forehead. And by him, I mean that Edward Riordan. And we're like, they don't know each other. So first he doesn't want him to check him out. Then he goes to the employee, pays him, and then chucks an egg at Edward. We're like, what the hell is going on?
We missing something here?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a Cadbury egg or Kinder. I have no idea. If it's a hollow egg, it's not going to hurt as much. If it's a solid egg, like a Cadbury.
Ooh, I bet that Cadbury one, leave it well.
So, of course, Edward told him to leave the Circle K. That's when they said that Mijas became very irate. They said hurdled the counter to push and strike the victim. When they were questioned by police, he admitted that he jumped over the register counter and struck the victim. And so he was just like, yeah, I did it.
That's me.
He was arrested for battery, which is a misdemeanor. We don't know what the beef is with why he doesn't like Edward. He didn't want him to check him out, and he threw an egg at him. Do you think maybe Edward and maybe his girlfriend or something caught texting? I don't know. We're creating stories here. But why? Why else?
It's fun to speculate.
It is fun to speculate. Next up in your What the Florida, we have a completely naked man. And then we're going to get to a naked woman. Her story's more fun. So this guy goes into a thrift store, and he's totally nude. Michael DaCosta. So, of course, the thrift store place is like, it's called Wings of Faith. An employee was like, here, take these pants. You can't come in here like that. Mm-hmm. Take these pants. And he was like, all right. So he took the pants that he was given, and then before he leaves, he swipes his shirt. So they said that He swipes his shirt. He runs out. But before that, they said he was a little off. He was causing a bit of a disturbance. And I guess if you walk into any establishment naked, you're going to cause a disturbance.
I was going to say, that alone does it.
Yeah.
Might raise some eyebrows.
The clerk gives him a pair of shorts, told him to leave, but he stole a T-shirt on his way out. They said he made no effort whatsoever to cover up his genitalia while in the store, was acting very erratic, and she wished to pursue criminal charges. Not so much for the shirt. Shirt, they said, retailed value at $5, but for the exposure of his penis.
Sure.
Yes. So she wanted, she wanted criminal charges pressed against him. They found him down the street, so he was not that far, and he was transported to the Marion County Jail, where he remains. They said that on top of all these other things, the petty theft, the sexual organs charges against that, a third charge was added for a probation violation, which was of a domestic violence injunction. So he's going to probably hang out in jail for a bit of time. And then finally here in your What the Florida, we have a nude Florida woman. And she was taken into custody after threatening a convenience store employee employees with a potato peeler. They said that she went nuts. She went in there completely nude, had a potato peeler in hand. She was upset because she got kicked out the day before, and she was a trespassing charge, and they told her not to come back. So she came back.
Yeah, I'm going to peel your spuds.
Yeah. She destroyed a Red Bull display. She picked up a carton of cigarettes and just started dumping cigarettes everywhere, and then decided to have a not-so-private moment with herself. And by that, I mean Celia Barrett, with his intoxicated disturbance at the racetrack store in St. Pete. When cops arrived because of all this mess she was doing, she was screaming about kicked out, and then she brandished her peeler to the cops, and she alleged to threaten to kill a couple of the workers there in the store with this. But when the cops were about to take her into custody, still completely naked, she decided this was the best time to masturbate.
Oh, wow.
Right in front of the cops. Yeah, that's
got her in the mood.
That's going to be fun to break up. Yep, so break up herself. So they did. She thought it was time for a little romance without clothes on. And she did admit when she was getting cuffed that she had approximately 6 shots of liquor in her system. Might be a little bit more. She's been charged with a host of things, including aggravated assault, disorderly intoxication, trespassing, criminal mischief, and exposure of sexual organs. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. Thank you so much. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. One of the mysteries still going on is the Chief fans that were found dead a couple weeks ago, and every day more reports of the story are coming out. They still don't know how, but one of the brothers of the victim says that they were found in lawn chairs on the back porch. And just really, they cannot figure out there's something missing with this whole story of 3 guys that ended up in their 30s in good health, just ended up dead after watching the Chief game, last game of the season against the Chargers. Now, the families are coming out demanding answers and wanting to know what the hell went on. But they were at this home, and the other gentleman was on the couch, if you haven't heard the story, sleeping for 2 days with headphones on. And it is just a crazy story how these 3 guys in the 30s can end up dead. People are speculating they were drugged or took something. The families want to know what's going on.
Surprised the toxicology report is not out.
I guess it takes pretty long to do.
It's been how many, like 3 weeks now? How long does that take?
More than that. Yeah, it was the last game of the regular season.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
right?
like
first week. Month?
Yeah, it was about first week of January.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's been about 3 weeks. But obviously the family wants to know what the hell's going on. And these guys were all friends. You know, they used to watch the games together and everything like that. I guess the gentleman who was at his house, or they rented from the house where it was, he's a scientist in some capacity, but he says, I had nothing to do with it. I woke up after 2 days and, found out all this sort of stuff. It is pretty crazy just watching the game in the afternoon. Then 3 guys end up dead, which is, it's
there's
bizarre.
no rhyme or reason to it. I mean, even if you kind of count him as a suspect, I mean, what kind of motive would there be?
I don't know.
Allegedly his friends, right?
And maybe, do you remember that one, did I bring this up, that one crazy story that happened? It was like spring break here, and these kids, I want to say it was in the Treasure Coast or somewhere, rented a house, and they were found all laid out dead in the front yard, and it was a fentanyl overdose.
Okay. Yeah,
they were partying, and I think they thought they were getting cocaine or whatever. And so it almost kind of sounds like it may have been that. But the brother of one of these guys, and his Jonathan Price, he's looking for some answers.
Sure.
And he's kind of doing his own digging, investigating. And he said, I'm looking for everything. He shared that he discovered that Harrington was found on a lawn chair on the back porch rather than all three like laying flat, which paints a picture we didn't have from the very beginning. They said that the cops are saying, right, there's no evidence of foul play. But he just says that the way that they were placed and how this guy was, he said it's just it does almost appear to be something
Staged.
Overdosey. No,
Yeah.
maybe like that you just hung out and we're just chilling there and then all of a sudden you're out because you're on some kind of drug or whatever the case may be and you just never wake up and you freeze to death. But it's very weird. I don't know how long a toxicology report takes, but I feel like it should be. We should have that
I was
information.
thinking
6 weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, okay.
I thought I read that years ago with something. It takes about 6 weeks. Because remember when Friends, Matthew Perry just passed away, it took a while to get that report out.
It wasn't 6 weeks, though. I mean, I felt like we found out what was in his system. I mean, just a few weeks out. But I don't know. You could be right.
But it's just a weird situation where three guys in their 30s all passed away.
I thought I read an article, too, where there was a fifth person involved, too. I don't know how they got involved with it, but apparently I guess there was a fifth friend.
I think maybe they were there and then they left prior to this stuff, like as they were watching the game, if I do recall.
Then the dude that passed out, he said the last thing that he saw was them leaving the front door.
Yeah, and then they were found in the back.
Here they are in the backyard. I mean, that was, one of those weird twists, like, how did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing of him sleeping for 2 days sounds like BS to me.
And the guy is upset with the cops, too, because he said automatically no foul play. He was like, listen, I'm not immediately suspecting it, but they shouldn't immediately say no foul play because it's just a really weird story. You should have a whole story before you do that. You need something you have to tell the families. And I guess that's why they were like, oh, no foul play. But they were like, they said it before they even investigated, thoroughly into it.
If one person, God forbid, passed away, you could say that. But I think three people right next to each other.
And for no one to hear anything, it just doesn't make any sense unless this guy also was on, and I hope they gave him a drug test, also was on whatever kind of drug, but just
didn't affect
lived
him.
through it. Yeah, because he stayed inside.
Right. Yeah, for 2 days.
Yeah. And he might have been knocked the F out for 2 days. We don't know.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's a plausible scenario. But.
It also took them long to find him. It was one of the guy's fiancés who reached out. I mean, if obviously, one of us didn't come to work. You didn't hear anything. Wouldn't you think something after 24 hours? I would. I would call the authorities. Hey, I haven't heard from Jimmy in 2 days. A day. What the hell's going on? So to me, that's a little weird that it took 24 hours for them before they even started recognizing anything. And that other myth that they say you have to be missing 24 hours, that we found that out last week, that's not true.
No.
If you think somebody's missing.
That's something you see in the movies.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a
because isn't it funny that's been a myth, but yet the crimes always say it's the first 48 hours that are the most important.
Yeah, to find the person.
Him.
Of course, sure. Yeah.
That's when they say the details and all the clues are, the newest and the freshest.
Most fresh. I mean, the longer it goes on, the further somebody could have gotten away or, whatever the scenario is. So
this is weird.
Makes perfect sense.
And again, it's getting a little bit more hype because they were Chief fans. It's football season. They're watching the game. That adds to it. I mean, the whole thing. But it is sad that three guys in their 30s just ended up.
Chiefs won the game, right? Didn't they? Didn't they beat the Chargers?
Don't
to
remember.
continue on because it was a playoff game, wasn't it?
No,
it
was
regular.
I think it was the last game of the regular season. That's why, in my mind, it was longer ago because I'm like deep into the playoffs in my mind. So, but you're right, it was just in the beginning of January. So, it feels like it's longer than that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, Franny. I kind of immediately thought that there might have been. I hate to say it, but the F word.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it might have been that.
It's got to be something with drugs. It has to be. Yeah. There's no violence, no knife wounds, gun. I mean, there isn't anything like that there. And again, they're all very young.
I believe that's also why they say there was no foul play. Like, there's not immediate evidence of, a gun, a weapon, something along those lines. A fight broke out. There's broken windows and glass or something like that, right? So they've got to do a toxicology. And again, depending on, I don't think we're going to know anything until they get that back.
Yeah. But I have a very strong feeling we're going to find some pretty heavy drugs in their system.
I would think so. I mean, there isn't anything else that could explain it. But it's getting nationwide news now, obviously, because it's been so long. It broke out, like I said, the first week of January or at the end of the month. It's been 3 weeks. And if you're the family, obviously you want to know what the hell happened. You talk to somebody who's watching the game, and the next thing you know, you find out they're dead. I mean, that's pretty sad and scary. So I don't blame the family and the brother trying to find out something that's going on. One of the questions on social media, I'm going to ask people that are big fans. I know Dolphin fans, a couple guys. I know our boss is a big Dolphin fan. How much would you actually pay for a Super Bowl ticket if your team was in there for the first time or any time? I think that always increases if you are a big fan of the team. So if you're a fan of the Dolphins and they went to the Super Bowl, it's definitely going to be more for a team that hasn't gone in there. I'm sure people are going to be like, well, you know what? They haven't been in there for years. But the amounts of money that people would pay and what they have the ability to pay, too, that's another thing. Again, our boss said he would definitely go, no matter what the money would be, he would definitely want to go there and check out the game. If you guys have an amount, let us know. Call us. Say you're a fan of the Steelers. Say you're a fan of the Vikings, wherever you're a fan of. The Jets. How much would you put out to go see the game? Would it be money's no object, or would you not care? 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142.
I would definitely put out.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You're not going to pay, but you're going to put out for
I'll
the
put
ticket.
out for
All
it,
right,
yeah.
I can see that. I can see that about you.
That's worth 10 grand.
Yeah.
Somebody text 47142. They're like, a few years ago, Costco had Super Bowl ticket packages. $10,000 for 2 tickets, but it included also a $5K Costco gift card.
That's right. I remember that.
That's sweet.
And I think they had to stop that because I think something happened with that or they ran out or something like that. But I do remember that because that's a great deal. For $10,000, you get a $5,000 card?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to spend that.
I didn't look into this. They said, did you hear about the Florida teacher that was contacted by Dan Marino? Dan Marino was given tickets to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jason was telling me that this morning because he uses everything with the Dolphins in there to teach the kids math, like the yardage.
Okay. Yeah.
If that's the same one.
Okay, maybe you're right. And I'll find that story after I read this text. And then finally, our girl Liz texted in at 47142, started off with Real Radio. Liz was kind enough to leave a goodie bag for the Penthouse, but I didn't see anything from it. And it said, no more cookies.
Not bitter.
Nope. It says, no more cookies for Greek. And when he parks my car at New York Prime, I'll be sure to give him a Slim Jim. And yes, the jerky was for you, Franny. Says, I still love you guys. That's from Liz.
We love you too, Liz. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
In life, if you make a mistake, you honor it and say, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I didn't think that you like beef jerky. My bad. So I apologize. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. What would you pay for Super Bowl tickets if it was your team? If it was your team that went. How about you, Jimmy? Buffalo Bills tickets, I know you would put out. Would you spend $1,000?
It would depend on where it is.
Okay.
It would depend on where it is. Because I am more comfortable home watching a game. If it was the Bills and Vegas and we could tie it into a vacation, no more than 1,000, and that's I can't afford that, so I can't even say that much. There's no way I could afford to take it and that's really the answer. I hate to say it, but
I say
I know you want $1. If I had the money, let's say if money was no option, I guess if money was no option, I'd go as high as whatever it would cost.
Yeah, face value maybe $2,500.
Yeah.
If you got an amount for a team, your favorite team, guys. I mean, I know the Giants got in. There was a lot of guys I knew that were friends that were just like, man, I got to go, no matter what it costs. Patriot fans, obviously, there was a lot of Super Bowls, 9 of them, so it wasn't as big, lost the luster. Same thing with some of the Chief fans now.
Yep. So here, there's a Miami teacher who's being rewarded for by the way she weaves football. For the way she weaves football into her lessons. Dolphins cheerleaders presented Pinecrest Elementary School's Mary Martinez with 2 Super Bowl tickets yesterday.
Wow.
She was also surprised with a video from Dan Marino, who congratulated her. One example of how she uses football in her classroom involves one of the 2 quarterbacks she'll be watching in the big game. So San Francisco's Brock Purdy is known as Mr. Irrelevant because he was taken with the last pick of 2022 NFL draft. And then Martinez used that to break down the word irrelevant for her students.
There you go. That's cool.
They
awesome.
said,
I love it.
They said since her favorite team is not in the big game, she'll be rooting for Purdy and the 49ers when they play the Kansas City Chiefs in Las Vegas. So that's why she's been making some attention. Her lessons have become viral because she likes to put a little football into it.
That's very cool.
There you go.
Do we have a phone call? Yeah. Do we have somebody on hold?
We do. We got Bob on the line. Bob, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing, Bob?
Good, guys. I just had something real quick for Greek. I wonder what the odds are of 2 teams meeting in the Super Bowl after 4 years, because it was the Chiefs and Niners back in, I think, 2020.
19 or 20. Yeah, I was at that game. That was down here.
What? Yeah. And so for both those teams to be back again in such a short amount of time, I wonder if anybody took that in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, you could always in the beginning of the year in Vegas or anywhere there's sports betting books, they have where you could pick the matchup, and there's odds on every matchup. I don't know if there's one like 4 years ago was this and now it's this, but you can pick the matchup every year, and you can do that when the playoff starts too. Again, when sports betting starts, is now to where it is, they have odds on every single thing you could think of, and you could just get inundated with it. Like I said, there are last year for the prop pages in Vegas, there were 67 pages of prop bets.
Holy crap!
Yeah, for the game and full pages.
Wow.
So they have everything. But in the beginning of the season, you can pick the matchup. Like, who do you think is going to be in the Super Bowl? And they do it for the NBA Finals.
I've heard you talk about that before. I don't bet.
Yeah.
I just kind of listen to you guys, and some of that stuff is pretty cool. Like the prop bets, I know are really cool.
Well, they're good because they're long odds, and you're just taking a shot.
Right.
And
Johnny picked Vaughn for MVP in this when Denver won.
Yeah, Johnny did. He was 40-1.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Years later, when Edelman won the MVP, I had him at 33-1. So it was, just taking a long shot, and I liked Edelman. He was one of my players that I really enjoyed. But I took the Ravens to win the Super Bowl at 18-1 in July. Up to Sunday was a great bet. Now I could take that and clean out my car with it. But they're good future bets. They're fun.
And buy some beef jerky.
Yeah, that's right.
Good investment.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Don't forget, after the show, it is the Greek Zone. We'll have Kelly join us today from Visa Network talking about Vegas and what's going on. We'll also look at the NBA and college lines and always the Super Bowl. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll come back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
At $5 a piece, that's $357,000 they made.
I'm stealing that idea for our next event.
They said $1 from each shot was donated to a school's local food bank.
Except for that part.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. What do you need for the big game?
Peanuts?
A big TV, of course.
Oh, yeah, that.
And our friends from Monroe's of Palm Beach are giving you the chance to see the big game on a big screen. How big? How about 75 inches of big screen TV?
Whoa.
Listen for the cue to call to play big game trivia, and if you answer correctly, you'll be in the running for a massive 75-inch TV just in time for the biggest game of the year. Special thanks to Monroe's of Palm Beach and Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Rolling roadblocks and some delays. It's Indiantown Road eastbound as President Biden makes his way to the Jupiter Inlet area. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week and a 5-star menu. And Sunday night, stop in 8 to 10. Bottomless mimosas and the beautiful ladies. And what's a better way to kick off a week to be at Monroe's on Sunday night? And for the big game, make your reservations today. It's the best place in the world to watch a big game with beautiful ladies, great menu, and you might be the winner of the game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Beach. Make sure you stop in 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. The best views in the house are the ladies of Monroe's. Peace.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with a Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in a car accident in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast, call us to schedule a free consultation at one of our offices located in Palm Beach Gardens, Port St. Lucie, or Boca Raton. If you've been in an accident, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning and revolutionary online learning program that's changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by teachers and early childhood learning experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 7,000 learning activities and more than 650 lessons, it's the most comprehensive early learning site on earth.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
It's just endless what they can learn on ABC Mouse. I've always had to use 20 websites, and now I can just use one.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio, abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable. A north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Don't forget, after the show, we got the Greek Zone coming in. Talking to Kelly, our good buddy from Visa Network. Find out what's going on in Vegas. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And now it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
And the Miami Heat are not doing good right now. They lost again last night. 7 in a row. Longest losing streak since Sposter's been coach. Hopefully the Heat can get back on track. Jimmy Butler said, we're just not doing what we need to do to win. Not a good time for the Heat, and they just made a trade for Rozier, which I thought was a great trade with Charlotte, but so far hasn't worked out, and last night they got beat up pretty bad by Phoenix. Tomorrow night they play. They're home again against Sacramento. Super Bowl is set, and you'll hear a million things about it by the time the game is next Sunday, and probably you'll get like, I'm so sick of it, but it is the Super Bowl, a.k.a. a lot of people are calling it Taylor Swift Bowl. The Niners are favored by 1.5 on the Hard Rock app. Chiefs underdogs. Mahomes, anytime he's an underdog, I believe he's undefeated or maybe one loss. Has a great record. Don't understand the line. I just don't. I think this line should be the other way. Maybe the Chiefs 2 or 3. But as of now, the Chiefs are getting 1.5. Depending on where you're shopping, you can fluctuate and check on this. Prop bets, there'll be about 66 pages out of Vegas that you can bet on all sorts of crazy things in the Super Bowl. Speaking of prop bets, there was a bettor on Sunday night who won $70,000. That's right, Williamson scored the last touchdown. It was 4th and 1. It sort of affected my life, like a lot of people if you had the Niners -7, but he did scored the first touchdown and the last, and with his investment, he won $70,000 on a prop bet. So hats off to him. He did win $70,000. And that is your Greek's Trifecta. Peace.
Well, this sentence alone is an oxymoron. A carjacking with a happy ending. And no, not that kind of happy ending. In a wild clip filmed Saturday in California, a red car is seen pulling up to, in Cali, I should say, not California. A red car is seen pulling up to an intersection when all of a sudden a pedestrian and a motorcycle block its path. Then 2 assailants approach the vehicle and command the occupants, which is a man and a woman, to get out. Shortly thereafter, 2 more men arrive on another motorcycle and join the apparent quote-unquote carjacking. The petrified couple are subsequently ripped from the car as one of the men brandishes what looks like a small concealed handgun at the petrified woman. Things turn even more terrifying when 2 members of the gang force the male motorist to his knees in the middle of the street. Here is the bizarre twist. The men stop shouting, and the kneeling fellow whips out a wedding ring, turns to the woman that was in the car, and proposes to her. This was an elaborate ruse of a marriage proposal. Initially outraged over being punked, the woman playfully smacks her hubby-to-be before breaking down in tears of joy over the momentous development. The clip concludes with the woman seemingly accepting his proposal as the 2 embrace in front of cheering onlookers.
That's crazy.
They are lucky that something very horrible didn't go
like
wrong.
Shot.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing I thought. Could
Oh,
you
my
imagine
goodness.
somebody thinks that a crime is going on there, a carjacking, and they,
she's carrying?
yeah.
That's crazy. He couldn't think of anything else?
Oh, my God.
It didn't say what it looked like. The one person was brandishing a weapon. It didn't say if they ever confirmed whether they were or not.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, still, if it gives the appearance of it and somebody else saw that didn't know what was going on, could you imagine that?
Sad if, God forbid, something happened.
Yeah.
And,
That does not I don't see romance anywhere in that thing. Like
No.
I don't. I said,
No.
I mean, the end, I guess, when you pop the question, but like, I mean, what is she, Peter Pants? That's not very romantic.
Imagine if she
The
had,
day I was proposed to.
God forbid, a heart attack. Some
yeah,
people,
that too.
the emotion, something
Sure,
like that,
sure.
you get carjacked.
Leave it to Franny to go right to urine.
I mean, I can tell some people get so scared they pee
What, a Peter
themselves.
Pants?
What if she did?
No, but still, hey, that is just that's a no. I mean, what would you say in that case? That's a hard no for me.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm out.
It could be if that happened, and I was in fear of my life, and that adrenaline's pumping. Gosh, I don't know if I want to marry this guy.
Definitely not something's gonna be duplicated. No doubt about
You
it.
think that's bad? Imagine the surprise birthday parties.
Oh my goodness. I would need some time. I don't think I would say yes right away. I'd be like, I need to think about this.
You're a little too crazy
yeah,
for me.
I don't know. What am I getting into here?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I've heard of some crazy, engagements. That's got to be there.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the wildest that I've ever even heard of.
God forbid if the cops were driving by or something,
Yeah,
saw something. You never know. Like you said, somebody sees even if it isn't a gun, but looks like a gun. I mean, that could have turned into ruining somebody's life. And I don't know. Can you get arrested for that? If the cops came and you're, faking a crime, something like that. I don't know.
I don't know what the laws would be like in Cali. I'm not even really familiar with where that country is. But if that happened here in the States,
yeah.
I don't know, probably depends on the state, but you would think there's at least some sort of crime involved there, even if it's a misdemeanor.
Man, that is crazy. Well, at least she said yes. Day.
And they lived happily ever after.
I mean, last year, remember that one guy, he jumped on the field, the Dodger game? That was a crazy one, too, right in the middle of the game, and he asked her again. He got arrested, obviously, and grabbed, but she said yes. But, man, and that was crazy.
I mean, it's not nearly as bad as this one, but along the same lines where you're doing something illegal.
That's my point. Yeah. He got arrested, and he jumped and it was a high jump from the stands, jumped down to the field, got on one knee, and then asked her to get married. It's pretty crazy. Some of the people did some of the things they do when they want to get married, and the engagements. If you know any ones that are pretty crazy, let us know. I think that one is going to be tough to be topped in any shape or form, where you ask somebody to get married like that.
Something super crazy, yeah. I can see, maybe like bungee jumping or something like that. Or you come back up and you got the ring.
Yeah, that's cool.
There's one if you're into that type of thing. That's a little crazy, though.
So, Stephen Boca, thank you, 47142. Talking about, you mentioned the crazy story with those Kansas City Chief fans, and I mentioned the one that happened here in Florida, and I was thinking it was up north, but he said that the kids that were found in the yard, it was in Wilton Manors, and that they were Army cadets from West Point football team.
Oh,
That was the story.
Do remember now.
And then we
Sad.
also got another text because they were saying how, because we were just like, all right, no foul play. And then there's this, I had to look into the story. I haven't heard about this. There's a Memphis DJ named Slick Rick. Did you hear about this guy? I guess last week they found by his brother. That's terrible.
A separate story you're talking
Separate
about?
story.
Okay,
because we were saying, like, weird, no foul play, blah, blah, blah. But he was like, this one is a weird because that could have been drug related. The one that's going on with those Kansas City Chiefs fans, we just don't know yet. But he said, this is interesting that they called it a suicide and said no foul play. I have to look into this story. I just read small details because it was the first time of me hearing about this.
All right.
But they said there's a Memphis DJ named Slick Rick. No relation to the rapper Slick Rick, right? Found last week by his brother, naked and decapitated, and the police are calling it a suicide. They're like,
how's that happen?
How?
I did read this story.
Did you?
Yeah, and I was like, how's that happen? Yeah.
So I gotta delve into that. That's pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
Self-imposed guillotine.
I don't. I mean, but they would say that, right?
I'm sorry for laughing. That's not a laughing matter.
But they would say that, right? And then for a story that didn't go wrong. I mean, sorry, we're not trying to make this wah 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 hour, but I do remember this story on the text line 47142. Surprises go wrong all the time. Remember the story of that boy that jumped out of the bushes to scare his father, and his father shot him dead.
That's right.
Not knowing that it was his son.
It was a prank. Yeah, the kid. Yeah, that is another tragedy.
We've heard
terrible.
Yeah.
Well, you got to be careful sometimes when you scare people. Yeah.
Just in life, and we've talked about how the new trend, well, it's an old trend that's back, the whole ding dong.
Don't do that.
Ding dong ditch or whatever it's called. And where you ring somebody's doorbell and you run, and it's a big thing on TikTok. And people are like, these days, you just can't do stuff like that.
We've heard people getting shot. It's very sad.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, we have somebody on hold?
Yeah, we got our buddy Evan checking in with us. Hey, Evan, what's going on, bub?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, did any of you see the video of David Letterman on the Today Show yesterday when he was talking about Taylor Swift?
I saw a little of it, and I don't know, he made a mistake about something.
Well, no, I saw that he was basically telling everybody to leave her alone, like she's a ray of light, and it's not her fault. She brings sunshine to the world, and people are mean for no reason.
Yeah, and he kept referring to Travis Kelce as Kelsey Grammer.
That's
the big thing. Yeah, he was doing a Greek.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then finally they said, David, it's Travis Kelce. He goes, oh, yeah, no big deal. So he kept on going. He's still a gem, man.
That's funny.
Did any of you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
The new one or in general?
What? No, because this year they have 10 more episodes, then it's over.
Yeah.
I think Sunday, whatever the 4th is, or next week is, they're having the first show.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's had such a great run with Seinfeld, and obviously that, the things that he tackles and brings up, and he's a genius. No, he's just a genius.
Yeah.
Just a regular guy, though. I mean, they talked about him for years. He had an apartment in the city with the Yankee Stadium seats and a TV and just a little couch, and then moved out to California. But he's a genius.
Yeah, you were doing trivia about Seinfeld himself. Is Larry David based his character George on himself?
Yep. Yeah, they always said that. Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, just an unbelievable show, and still holds up for a lot of people. I know a lot of people watch it on a regular basis.
11 o'clock on Fox.
There you go. You're one of those lot of people. And they're making big money for years and years. That and Friends. I think those are two shows that are going to be on for a while, and people don't seem to get tired of them.
Okay, I'm going to call you about some football on the zone here in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Looking forward to it, Evan.
Definitely looking forward to it. 877-927-6969. What are some of the craziest ways you heard people of getting engaged? And how much would you pay for a Super Bowl ticket if it was your favorite team that wasn't in there for a long time? Still one of the top 10 things, always makes a list for guys, 25-54 on their bucket list to go to a Super Bowl. If that's on your top 10 list, let us know. And does the city matter? Is Vegas a little bit more, intriguing to you than maybe Miami?
And poor billionaires, I don't know if you saw this, but billionaires are left scrambling because Las Vegas is sold out of parking slots for the private jets that are rolling in.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that before.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
like, despite spending outrageous amounts on tickets, getting to Vegas and all this stuff that they're putting there, just can't find a spot to put their jet in.
But they said Taylor Swift will have no problem. That's what they said.
Of course, they know it's reserved.
Yeah. They said Taylor has no problem.
Right up front.
They could go on the
She's
outskirts.
actually going to land her private jet right in the middle of Allegiant Field or wherever they play.
Oh, nice. Yeah. They're going to open it up.
Perfect.
They're going to put a door open.
Yes.
Imagine if she was going to be at a halftime show. Wow, that would really have been something. With him playing in it, woo. They couldn't pull that off. It's going to be Usher, obviously, but I mean, I'm surprised there wasn't something like that. Or maybe she's going to do the coin toss. She's going to come down to the coin toss.
And I think I've seen where people are like, no, she's not actually going to perform with Usher, as if that was a question, I guess, for some people.
Well, people just
I
throw it
didn't
out
see
there.
it, but
No, but they'll throw it out there.
But I could see people trying to start a rumor like that.
And be a prop and everything like that. I've heard people say Usher's not getting his full due because of Taylor Swift. They're talking more about her than him, the halftime show. I heard that on a couple of radio shows this morning.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people talking about it. I mean, you could say the same even for the teams.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
I can see San Francisco being like, is she playing?
Oh, no. I said it this morning. That's all you're hearing about constantly.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you look up.
Even us. We've been talking about her all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a natural thing,
Well, it's topical. It really is. And when it involves football, the biggest game of the year, obviously, and for our country, it's probably bigger than most holidays. Super Bowl Sunday. Like I said, it's very common for people to say to you now, what are you doing Super Bowl Sunday? Where maybe years ago you didn't hear that. But, yeah, it's out there with her. And the private jet thing, that's a real problem. Come on. Where are you going to park your jet? In the desert. There's tons of room out there.
Drop her off, go somewhere else.
Yeah, there's tons of room out there. I wonder if they're going to have anything where you go watch the game at the Spear. Where inside, like they showed a game and stuff like
They were
that.
smart. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think that'd be something. something different. I mean, Dolan's always looking at how to make money if he doesn't have a show that day. I don't know. You might go on their website. It might be there. I know they had the 2 big logos.
I wonder.
Yeah. They had the 2 big logos I saw yesterday in the Super Bowl logo. My buddy sent me a picture. He's out there, and he showed me that. But I was wondering if they were going to possibly show it there, and people would try to check it out. Be cool.
That would be very cool. This is sad. So a hotel that's been around since 1957, the iconic Tropicana Hotel over there in Las Vegas, they say is going to be closing down in weeks. I'm sure some of you have heard this, but this was home to Louis Armstrong, Sammy Davis Jr., all kinds of people, and it's set to close in weeks because they are making way for a brand new baseball stadium. Yep. They said that it's going to be completely leveled and that they're turning it in. So some people are sad. I mean, this has been in Las Vegas, as I mentioned, for a very long time.
It's very common with the hotels out there. They're going to knock down the Mirage within the next year or 2, and they're going to put the Hard Rock there, right on the strip. Yeah, they're knocking that down. Then they're going to put the Hard Rock Qatar out there. That's
okay.
Yeah, there is a Hard Rock out there, but not to one to we have down here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to put the Qatar down there, and they'll knock down the Mirage. They knock down the Sands. It happens a lot. It's just with time, and you know what? They want big build.
Do they merger with other big, casino hotels? And, the Tropicana's been around for years and years. I mean, they're going to merge with somebody else? Well, that's going into a stadium, so that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case that you were just talking about, I mean, is it with the Hard Rock? Did the Hard Rock buy them up? And
I guess they buy the land.
Right.
And go to them.
Do they merge together as a business? Because
I would think not. I guess the casino's not doing good like it once did. The Mirage, that was one of years ago Steve Wynn's first hotels out there.
Right, okay.
And then he went into the Bellagio and then the Wynn, the Encore, and all them. But then I guess the price is right, and they're like, okay, let's go. We'll settle land and everything. And then the Hard Rock's going to be there. That'll be a cool thing on the Strip. I mean, when you're walking, because when you're on the Strip, you can walk right past the Mirage.
Maybe it's just too expensive to modify it.
Yeah,
right?
well, they're not doing
or I should say modernize it.
Yeah, if it's not doing good enough, then you know what? Somebody comes up with a crazy price, you're like, okay, we'll sell it.
Yeah.
So it comes down, like everything else. Thanks for tuning in today to the Penthouse. We gave our first set of Sunfest tickets. Hope you guys were happy about that. You're going to get another chance for a keyword in the 2 o'clock hour to try to win $1,000. Tomorrow will be day 3 of our big game trivia giveaway. So make sure you study some of your big questions about the big game. Hopefully somebody gets it, and they're on their way to qualifying for a 75-inch flat screen TV, compliments of Monroe's. Jimmy, thank you for all your help. Great job as always. You get an A.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Franny. Thank you for listening.
Franny, great job as always. You get an A+. Thanks for handling everything for us with the blog and also text line. Thank you for everything.
Of course, and thank you. Of course, Jimmy, thank you as well. And thank you for listening and participating in the Penthouse. Make sure you're tuned in about 10 minutes because we're going to give you another keyword. We call this Red Zone Revenue. You can score $1,000 on us, on the Penthouse, on iHeartRadio. Take it. Somebody calls you after you enter the keyword to realradio921.com, whether it says unknown number, spam, maybe a 513 area code. Pick up the phone because that's your one opportunity to answer the phone and score $1,000. G-Man, do you have any parting words?
Would you rather get free tickets for the game, or would you rather bet on a game for the same amount of money and have a chance to double it? Think about it. We'll talk about that tomorrow in the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes with the Greek Zone. We'll talk about the NBA, college basketball, Duke, big win last night, and we'll talk about the Super Bowl and so much more. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you for listening. Peace.
Real Radio 92.1, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Real Radio wants you to score some Red Zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it! Woo! You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money! Here we go.
Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up Up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
West Palm Beach accident. This is Belvedere at Lake Avenue, but we are slow from I-95. Expressways are looking good right now. We're back up to speed. That's traffic on duty. Stuart.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Hey, it's the Greek, and it's a little cold in South Florida today, and what you don't want to be is when you're retired, be out in the cold. So get with Trajan Well today and call them. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. You got to have a plan when you're retired so you're not left out in the cold. You got to have a plan, and you have to design something that can make you live with the lifestyle you're used to. Trajan Well staff can help, so give them a call today. They have offices in West Palm Beach. Stop in and see them and have a free consultation and figure out your future and your plan. You worked hard all your life. You deserve to retire and to relax, and you do not want to be left out in the cold. Call Trajan Well today, 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Trajan Well, getting you ready for your retirement. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. And so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial # law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable, a north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. New year, new hiring needs? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at realradio921.com. That's cash. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Yes, you're back in the Greek Zone on a Tuesday, the countdown to the big game. We'll get into the NFL today. We will also talk some college basketball. We'll also talk some NBA and so much more on a Tuesday in the Greek Zone. Always sponsored by personal injury lawyer Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. Last night, the Miami Heat did not have a good game, losing their 7th game in a row. The Heaters got some problems. And then they play tomorrow night, so hopefully tomorrow night they can pick up a W and break out of this losing streak. I talked about it earlier today. Longest losing streak under Coach Spo's regime. So hopefully we can break out of that. Did have a big trade a couple weeks ago with Rozier coming here about a week ago. And I thought that was going to improve the team. But so far, no bueno. Boston Celtics and Indiana tonight. We'll look at that game first. Boston is -8 over the Pacers. Atlanta and the Lakers. Atlanta -6. LeBron must be out. Knicks, hottest team in the NBA, 13-2 in January. If they win tonight, it'll be their highest, most wins ever in franchise history. Think about some of those great Knicks teams, man. 14-2. Hats off to the Knicks. Randall is out there. Chicago and Toronto. Chicago is -6.5. Philly and Golden State. Golden State -3.5. You got to see if Embiid is playing or is he out? Is out again. So those are the games in the NBA. Small schedule tonight. Only 4 or 5 games. Interesting about that. The Heat definitely have some problems. Hopefully they can turn it around and make some adjustments because they have lost 7 in a row and not good. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. NBA, college basketball, whatever you guys want to talk about, NFL, all the crazy prop bets that are out there. We'll look at the Hard Rock app, see what they say and what's going on. I got some Big Ten basketball tonight, Illinois and Ohio State. Illinois is -3. Iowa taking on Indiana, and Iowa is -1.5. Illinois, I do like in that game. Ohio State's not having a good team this year, and they just got blown out. But they are home, but they did get blown out pretty bad by Northwestern the other night. Texas Tech, TCU. TCU, a team that has got a very good team and very good this year. They are laying 5 against Texas Tech. Texas Tech is good, though. It's not going to be an easy game for the Longhorns, but a very good game. We'll see what happens with that game. We got to look at that. Syracuse, Boston College. Boston College -4. Georgia Tech, North Carolina. Oklahoma, plus 2.5 against Kansas State. Wyoming, Air Force. Air Force got a good team this year. They really do. Very strong Air Force. And they are -4, though. It's going to be a close game against the Cowboys. But they've been playing very good. Michigan State. Tough game there. Always rivals getting at each other. But I got to be Michigan State's a big favorite, -12 over Michigan State. Kansas against Oklahoma State. Kansas laying 16. Woo! Jayhawks, are they going to be able to bounce back? Miami, North Carolina. Gonzaga laying 15.5. Another one of those teams that you got to look at. So some good college games tonight. Definitely some good college games that you guys can definitely check out, and we'll get into those more. Jimmy's in the house. Jimmy, any thoughts about the game? Anything changing for you? You're still stuck on the Chiefs with me.
Right now, I still got to go with the Chiefs. As a matter of fact, even better because we're up to a +2.
Oh, really?
For Kansas City on the Hard Rock app. Yeah, so I guess money's coming in on San Fran.
Yeah, crazy.
So I don't see it. I'm like you. I don't see it. The only thing is would you say the betting market from your circle, from the people that you've talked to, is leaning Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird, right? The betting chatter seems to be on Kansas City, but the betting money seems to be going on San Fran. I mean, if the line is moving that way.
Yeah, 2. I did take it yesterday at -1, but now it's 2. So every point does matter, obviously, especially in a close game. There's a guy for the NFL Network. His name is Peter. His last name eludes me. For the last 4 years, he has picked the winner of the Super Bowl and the 2 teams correctly. You could probably look it up. And he's done.
So he picked who would be there and the winner?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he predicted the score this year, 34-28. You can look it up. And the guy is taking it under his own hands. He says, if you don't self-promote yourself, who's going to do it? But he's 4 for 4. 3 for 3, going for 4 for 4. And he picks the Chiefs to win 34-28.
Chiefs, okay.
But even to pick the 2 teams the last 3 years in August is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So he's on the NFL Network. His first name, I believe, is Peter. He's on their morning show. His last name eludes me. But, he's been pretty spot on. Obviously, 3 years in a row, he's going for 4. And he says the Chiefs are going to win 34-28. Very interesting.
Not a super stretch, right? Beginning of this year to pick these 2 teams. Not a super stretch. I mean, they both had to be kind of, pretty odds-on favorite, at the beginning. I would say in the middle of the season it was where, to pick the Chiefs would have kind of fallen off, right? I mean, when they had that little bit of, and the Niners had that 3-game losing streak too. So people started to wonder about them.
Yeah, I mean, it changes throughout the season. Obviously, Philly was 10-1. Everybody was like, they're going back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Then they lost their last 6.
Yeah.
I mean, so you don't know. Dallas was another one. But no, picking these 2 in August, no. Not at all, because, again, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. A lot of Chiefs' problems this year came during the season and the drops and different things, and that's when people got off on them. And, again, the Niners, they went to the championship game last year.
Sure.
They lost to the Eagles, but don't forget, when they lost, their quarterback blew out his elbow. So a lot of people said in that game, hey, if he didn't hurt his elbow, they might have won.
All the more reason to think that they would be right there this year going into the season where, if a healthy Brock Purdy could take them the distance, and so far has.
And if they score 34-28 Chiefs, then we got to kiss his ass. Then we'll be like, wow, you picked it right. Get him a cigar. But 3 years in a row. But I like the kid. He's a young cat, and he's self-promoting. I respect that. I think it's great. Obviously, and I'm an advocate of that, but he's like, hey, I gotta start talking about myself because nobody's giving me any claps, so I gotta do it myself. And when you start saying on TV nationwide that, hey, I picked 3 Super Bowls in a row, right? People are gonna pay attention, and he has it documented, so you know what I mean. You could see where they show the dates where he picked it from the years past, which is great because a lot of times with guys who get involved with handicappers and stuff, you hear, my record's 10-1 or it's 9-1 and it's up there. It's hard to believe that a lot of times when you hear stuff. But, he's with, I'm sure if you Googled NFL Network host predicts score, Peter something, I believe it's with an S. He's the guy who's done it, and he's got some fanfare all of a sudden about it. But he's promoting himself, which I think is good. 877-927-6969. You can call us, talk about the NBA, talk about the Heat. You could also talk about the odds and the games and the prop bets. A lot of crazy prop bets are out there every year. Will Kelsey ask Taylor Swift to get engaged after the game? Dun, dun, dun. Who will be in Taylor Swift's box? Dun, dun, dun. Things like that. What celebrities will be there? They always have like the basketball ones. Will the team score more than certain basketball players that are playing on that Sunday? That's always a good prop. I remember years ago it was Michael Jordan. But, yeah, a lot of crazy things are out there. 66 pages of props. We'll talk to Teddy Covers, our good friend, and he'll give us some crazy ones that are out there.
Is that official for this year, too? Do we know?
No. I think it's going to be around 66. Could be more. It seems like every year it goes up a page or two.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
That's why I'm curious on that, whether or not there's been an official like amount, whether it's pages or a certain like number of props. Because you would just think alone that the one person is going to be. Oh yeah. You said it kind of yesterday in a jokey manner, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you're right on that Taylor Swift has a page alone.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. What she's going to wear. Who's going to be in her skybox? Is he going to get engaged? How many times is she going to be with Mahomes, his wife? I mean,
how many times will show her the whole
yeah. Is she going to be dancing? I mean, all that. I think there'll be a lot of it.
Will they kiss after the game? Yeah. Now that seemed to be a big deal, with the kiss after the championship game.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if she has a page alone. That's why I'm guessing. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you might even see that go 68, 69, maybe even 70 pages.
No, it'll be crazy.
Worth of props.
People will bet it. Because they do. People bet on anything.
Is something else hot going on right now, like in basketball or something? Like somebody's got a scoring record going that they could put a prop bet up against that with, or maybe something on. And this is sort of a rhetorical question. Maybe something going on in NASCAR. There's a new big driver that might win the Daytona 500, so they'll use some sort of stat with him. I mean that's something that you've had taught me over the years that they love pairing something like that. You mentioned it earlier about LeBron and Michael Jordan.
Yeah, they used to do it with LeBron and Jordan. They'll do it this year with the Greek Freak. He's been doing it the last couple of years.
There you
go. They might do it Luka from Dallas, different guys like that. This year would be the NBA player, though, because the NFL is these guys are scoring unbelievable amounts of points. Every night you turn around, somebody's dropping 40. But, yeah, it's been out there, a lot of different things. I saw it a couple years ago. I was out to Vegas for the Super Bowl, and the prop, table, it's just crazy. It's just unbelievable. Now, the Hard Rock app will send you, I don't know if you get them, Jimmy. I guess you do. They'll send me things throughout the day of certain things that you could bet on, props and different things. I get that on my phone.
For the Super Bowl or just anything in general?
In general.
Oh, yeah. I've seen their hot pick or something where they'll give you, they'll increase the payout on a given wager for a particular bet. And that could be any sport too. Trying to look at one that might be here. 76ers to score 26-plus points in each quarter.
Yep.
You could add that to a particular bet, and you get an extra payout, that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, they got it there. I mean, again, sending the stuff on the phone and the mobile apps with sports betting is going to be the biggest thing. It is already in New York and New Jersey, and even here, because you're getting it on an alert. More so than if you're getting a phone call. Like a phone call, you always say, I don't know the number. A lot of people say, hey, I'm not going to pay attention to that. But when you get a text, you look at it, and you see the app, you're like, oh, what is this? Let me see if I should bang this. And then usually it does work.
And, of course, they still got the no-regret first bet up to $100. That one's always on the header, too, as well. But I'm even seeing some for the Super Bowl. There's either team to score 30-plus points.
Yep.
Is another one that they have as a headline, too. Both teams to score in the first quarter. How about this as a prop bet we were talking about? So you got the two cities, right? So you got maybe they do something with Oklahoma City and or the Warriors, right? To kind of combine with the NFL, with the two teams that are in the for the NFL teams for the equivalent city.
There are so many different things that they could do. And they do it. Like I said, when you have 66, 65 pages, you can't even imagine looking at it.
No.
When I looked at it, I felt like I was reading a book.
Yeah.
And you can get lost in it, too, and emerge.
Yeah, because I always stick with the is there anyone that you like to look at that's a little bit odd? I mean, we usually see, obviously, the coin toss, a safety, right? That safety's a big one, right? Whether there will be a safety, right? Yes, no?
Yeah, they dropped that over the last couple of years because it happened twice. It used to be 75 to 1, 50 to 1. And a lot of these prop bets, you can only bet a certain amount. Now, you can go to other places, obviously, and bet.
Okay, yeah, sure.
But the odds may differ and things like that. I'm an odds guy. The only thing that I don't want to do is I think that if you get too immersed in the prop bets, then you could, end up, say you like the Chiefs and the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, and then you look at your prop sheet and you lose. It sort of sucks. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I lost on that. Like one of the biggest prop bets last week that lost, and they said $1 million on was Lamar Jackson rushing yards. He had 58. We talked about it yesterday. I don't know anybody who didn't have his over.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Everybody had it.
Did anybody take the under on that?
Nope. Nobody took the under. And I'm talking a lot of people, and a lot of people lost.
Sure.
Yeah. And, it's funny when you're out, you could hear things. And the one thing I heard a lot was, run, Lamar, run.
Yeah.
And they're on the 20. You're like, what the hell's going on? Oh, you got the over. Where, you know what I mean?
Sure,
Years ago, you wouldn't hear stuff like that. But I heard that a lot.
Couldn't care less who wins the game, but they want him to go over. So you're hearing run, Lamar, run.
Yeah, the first quarter.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my God. It was like 3rd and 8. The guy next to me was like, run. I'm like, dude, it's 3rd and 9. He's going to run. He goes, oh, I got Lamar, run it over. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
There was another one a couple of weeks ago when the Niners played the Packers. McCaffrey over and receiving yards.
Okay.
And it was 31, and it was even odds. And usually when a prop they think is going to go up, they put a lot of juice. They make the odds heavy. So if you want to win 100, you might have to put up 160 or 150. This was even. So my buddy came up to me and goes, oh, my God, this is a joke. He goes, you should get all over the screen. McCaffrey, even, he had 1,000 on it. It was 30 yards. He'll do that in the first quarter. 31 yards it was.
What did he end up with, 27?
30.
30. Oh, I hate to laugh.
He was sick. Sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
1 yard.
1 yard. Screaming at the TV. And that was it. And I only said no because the odds were even. And I thought that was suspicious. And I just said, even money? And he's like, you want a piece? I'll give you. And if he asked me a couple more times, I would have went. But I was like, no, I'm good. Nah, I don't want to do it. He goes, nah, come on, this is a joke. Anytime I hear this is a joke, it means you're going to lose.
And that was the game against Green Bay.
Yeah. I think he had 30. It was 32 yards or 31. He missed it by a yard.
He's a dink and dunk for the reception yards, right? So,
yeah, but,
every now and then, but he mostly runs from the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
right?
but he catches a lot of balls.
Yeah.
And in 30's not a lot.
Yeah.
And the thing with those plays, we talk about all the time, with prop plays like that, one play you can win.
Yeah. Well, what jumped out at you to say, you know what, that's a little weird?
Because the even,
the even line. Just so because of that, you're thinking, what does Vegas know that I don't? Type thing.
I thought I was skeptical because it's usually like 130, 140.
Okay.
So when I saw even money, I said that's weird, and I was like, ugh. Now Lamar's rushing yards during the week went up. It started at 56 and went all the way up to 63.
Yeah.
Now if you bet professionally or you like to bet, whatever you want to do, you got to look at things like this because as the money goes, this would never change years ago because people didn't bet prop bets, but now it changes. It increases. So wherever the money's at.
Yeah, no different than a game.
Yep.
Side, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Same thing over under.
What jumped out at me, too, is his yardage and Pacheco's were the same. They were both 63.
Yeah. I don't know if Pacheco went over either. I don't think he did.
Look.
Yeah, I don't think he went over. I could be mistaken, but I don't think Pacheco's yards went over. Attempts is a good one. There was a couple of weeks ago where Baker Mayfield had 36 attempts and he threw 40 times because that's good because every time he throws, it doesn't matter. But we'll see what happens in that. 877-927-6969.
He did go over. He had 68.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
All right. So
and the last I saw, his number was 63, but that might have gone up. So I don't know what it was at game time. But I had seen during the week because it jumped out at me that both Lamar and him were at 63 at one point. And Lamar's number went up, if I remember right, you telling me that.
Yeah. Lamar started at 58.
But by the time the game kicked off, it had gone up.
Yeah, because it makes you upset if you have that.
Yeah.
Just like the Chiefs. I took the Chiefs -1. Now today you say the Chiefs are 2.
Yeah.
Now if the Chiefs go up to 3, you're like, oh, man, I should have took it.
Yeah.
But
should have waited.
Yeah, and then you're really what you're doing when you're betting like that is that you're betting the market and thinking you're knowing.
Right.
And you really don't know.
No, because again, I don't know about you. I kind of think I do. You're the one that's kind of led me on to believe that if anything, you would think that the Chiefs might end up being favored by kickoff. So you would think that number would go down, not up.
The more the Chiefs are favored, the more I'm worried about the game, to be honest with you, because then I think it's a suck-in. And remember, the Hard Rock app is just Florida. You know what I mean?
Right.
I believe. Now, I could be mistaken. That could be all the Hard Rocks. I don't want to say that.
Oh, throughout the country?
Yeah. Could be also New Jersey, Vegas.
Right.
I don't know. But we'll see about that. We can look into that. But that's the one we focus on.
I think so, and the only reason why I say that is because in the App Store, it used to be, years ago when it first came out, it came out and it was Hard Rock, Illinois, Hard Rock, whatever state. Now it's just the Hard Rock bets.
Oh, so then maybe it's the
they
country.
probably have it throughout the country the same. But that's, kind of have educated guess on that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends where you are. Every casino's different. They're probably pretty much right on point.
But why would it be different, in a different state as far as the line or something? I mean, I'm trying to think what would make the difference.
The money. Like in Kansas City or in San Francisco, more people are going to bet,
okay, all right.
Fans. They just do it. Like the Dolphin line is always higher. You know what I mean? Because they get a lot of money from the Dolphin fans. You just look at it like that and you see that. When we first got sports betting, I went down to the Hard Rock the first day, and the Dolphins were playing on a Sunday, and the line was like a half a point lot higher than it was everywhere else. So just that fluctuates the money all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's different sports books, but I mean, the Hard Rock is one throughout the. I mean, are they one or are they all individual? Is the Hard Rock
I'm
in
not
Florida?
sure.
That's a good question. I'd be interested in knowing
I don't know.
that. Yeah,
I don't know. It might be just Florida. It might be by state. But
because I can see that you make a great point that if there's a Hard Rock in Kansas or Missouri, I mean, if they would obviously they get maybe a heavier bet load on Kansas City.
Well, years, you can ask Teddy Covers at sportsmemo.com. When the 49ers were really good in the 80s, their lines used to be high because everybody used to drive down from San Francisco and bet in Vegas.
Okay,
and that made the line go up.
Yeah.
And the Niners were always like a point more, half point more than their power rating, supposedly, because the fluctuation of people driving from San Francisco to Vegas.
All right, yeah.
Obviously, that's no more because, everybody's got sports betting in a lot of states.
Sure.
But, yeah, that's what it really goes by when you see something like that.
Okay.
I'm sure in New Jersey, and obviously there's a lot of sports books there, FanDuel and DraftKings. The Giant and Jet bets are higher, you know what I mean, than everywhere else. And that's just in New Jersey.
Because a lot of people bet with their heart, not their head.
My point.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that. Like the Knicks are playing tonight. They're 13-2. They're playing Utah. I bet you a lot of people are going to be hammering the Knicks tonight in the New York area, New Jersey area.
Sure.
It's always based on what money you have that affects the line.
Okay.
Good, bad, or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
So as of now, it looks like people are betting the Niners. And we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, February 12th, February 11th, we'll know that night if we got sucked in or not.
Do you remember yesterday what the, or even Sunday night when it first came out, what the over-under was? Because it's currently sitting at 47.5.
I thought it was around 47.
Okay, so maybe moved a half a point. Okay.
Yeah. And again, they're not going to move big. Like, I can't see the Niners being -3, 3.5. That I can't, because that would scare me. But again, and the biggest money usually comes in the day of the game. Teddy Covers from sportsmemo.com, we've had on for years, has always told us that.
True, yeah.
And the day before.
A lot of people that are going to bet on a game aren't in Vegas yet, and they'll bet when they get to Vegas, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, of course, because if you're in Vegas, you want to bet the game and get your money right after it.
Right.
Or vice versa. But it does definitely change what it is. And again, legally, we said today $1.3 billion is estimated to be bet on the Super Bowl. That is legally. There's 30 states that have sports betting. As far as illegal, you'll never know.
I know it's like right now we don't have because of all the new states that have it, including Florida here, and that's obviously a huge state. Would you say that number seems about right in your head, $1.3 billion? Again, only talking about legally placed wagers.
I don't know.
I guess we really don't have anything to compare it to. So
no,
I'm just.
I would guess a little low because you see the amount of money New York and New Jersey are doing handle-wise, $1 billion a month, which blows my mind. That word would it be that they're taking in? So I don't know. I mean, who the hell knows what they do? I know it's very big. I know it's getting bigger and bigger. I think it's going to be one of the biggest things in our country as we get on, more and more. And I think the biggest thing that sports betting has is that they've had for years is that every generation adapts to it and wants it. Now, I think the kids that are in their 20s and teens will be betting more than us. And I just think there's more for them to bet every single day. And then one thing you see on social media, your Instagram or whatever you're on will look at your trends. So what I'm on a lot of times is sports gambling, different things, and I see all these different people with winning tickets they're showing, just regular people, not stars or celebrities. Right. But to me, it shows that it's out there more and more, and it's a wave of the future, even going to get bigger and bigger. There's no ceiling there yet, and we haven't been there. But I think the biggest thing in every industry, whether it's the music industry, marijuana, obviously sports betting, you need the younger generation to adapt it, and they are.
Well, and I think making it on an app is...
That's it.
The way they do it, yeah.
And it's on their phone.
Yep.
I mean, you cannot get any easier. I mean, I've told stories when I used to be at Caesars or the Wynn 20 years ago, and I didn't bet certain games because I didn't want to walk 15 minutes.
Right.
I just didn't. I just was, it's a pain in the ass. Or I was by the pool, and I was like, well, I got to get out. And I know it sounds like, whoa, what a problem. But I got to dry off. I got to change.
Sure.
Got to walk through the casino. I don't feel like doing it.
Yeah.
I just won't do it. Now, boom, you're right there.
It's right there on the phone.
You
don't have to go anywhere.
I always said, you want a great election with a good turnout? Put it on our phone.
Yep.
You'll get right. I mean, you will.
I could not agree with you more on that.
Because people don't want to go to the line. They don't want to deal with the hassle. They don't want to park. But that's the thing with sports betting. They make it so convenient that people are like, hey, it's 2 seconds away. It is the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury lawyer. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. We got Kelly changing the day on us. He's got a big meeting tomorrow, so he's going to be calling us, telling us what the hype is in Vegas so far. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I've gained 5 pounds eating all the candy my wife bought for my father-in-law while we work on this remodel.
Is he just eating those snacks as he's doing the work, or does he actually take a break, gorge for a little bit, then go back to work?
I don't know when he's eating these snacks. I don't actually witness him eating. There is no break. Like me, after every line that I mark on that piece of wood, I got to go over and grab a snack and get a drink. He just works, Dieter. He's actually fueled by manual labor. Wow. I'm fueled by hot tamales.
Do you think that's his plan? Do you think he said he needs all this food knowing you would eat it and eventually you'd have a heart attack and die?
Oh, my
trying to kill you.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable. A north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
A massive data leak, being called the mother of all breaches, has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately sold databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Peace!
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the west parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Show your love this Valentine's with exquisite fashion jewelry from Diamonds Direct and save an extra 20%. Now through Valentine's, all fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct are on sale. All earrings, all bracelets, all necklaces, stackable bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and more. Lots of romantic and timeless gifts for under $500. Special financing available too. Don't miss this. An extra 20% savings on all fashion jewelry favorites at Diamonds Direct in Boca Raton and Aventura. Shop in store or online at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
Let's see what's up with traffic. on Real Radio.
Palm Beach expressways look good. We're up to speed on the Turnpike and at 95. Accident in West Palm Beach, Belvedere at Lake Avenue. We're slow there from I-95. That's traffic on Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Speaking of hoes, 47142, start off with Real Radio. I was told my ho was so good I married her. That's from Steve and Boca.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have.
I thought that was going somewhere else with that name.
Nope. We have every time I hear a ho, I have flashbacks of being in Riviera Beach on Broadway.
Nice.
Okay.
Broadway, that is?
Yes,
That's the second time I've heard that. I'll have to write that
Oh,
down.
yeah. I used to live down that way. It's those are facts.
Nice.
Drive by tonight. Silver bells.
And Sarah did forget, but I know she said something last time. Maybe it was through a text that her new man, she's like, I forgot to mention, he's working on getting her a car so she can go to him and he won't always have to go to her.
Wow, that's this guy's
She said, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, she did mention that, right?
Wow, he wants her to quit her job and buy her a car. That's tremendous. And she's only known him like a week, right? That's amazing.
Yeah,
See how
something like
love
that.
just shoots that arrow.
Look at that. Right in the ass. Tell Sarah.
Nice.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. This is the Greek Zone.
Yes, you're back in the Greek Zone on a Tuesday, a Fat Tuesday, getting ready for the big game. We'll look at some more NBA, college basketball, and, of course, Super Bowl stuff all the time for the next couple of weeks. Greek Zone always sponsored by personal injury lawyer Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. He's been my attorney for 20 years. And he will take care of you also. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And do we have Kelly on?
We sure do. We got our buddy Kelly checking in from the Visa Network. Kelly, how are you, bud?
Doing well. How we doing out there, guys?
We're doing good, buddy. Is Vegas starting to get all jacked up or what?
I'll tell you what. I drove by the stadium this morning. I apologize. I feel like I said this the last time I was on with you guys, but oh my gosh, the amount of stuff that gets built up around the stadium or for a Super Bowl is just incredible. And there's really not. I'm sure most people have seen the stadium on TV. It's right across the freeway from the Strip. There's not a ton of room out there. So every time I drive by there, I'm like, how are they jamming all this stuff and constructing all this crap out there? But they keep doing it. It looks like it's going to be a big affair, and it should be some fun.
Now, let me ask you about the line, because last 3 weeks, though, I thought this. I've had the Chiefs, but when they played Buffalo, I thought the game should have been a pick. I thought the Ravens maybe 2 was 4.5. And even a Super Bowl, I thought they were going to be 3, and they're getting 2. Does the odds seem wrong to you? Wrong? And is it a suck-in?
Yeah, this is it's interesting, Greg, because we had this conversation last week about the Ravens game. You and I both ended up kind of on that Chiefs side, but I was telling you how there was a lot of the pro bettors out here, a lot of the odds makers would talk to. If it was a regular season game, they would have set that Baltimore 5.5, 6 last week. But there was this kind of Patrick Mahomes tax that they knew that they had to build in because people were going to want to bet him, and hey, bet him as an underdog, and it's paying off. One of the greatest quarterbacks in history, and I think this line is honestly, after the last 2 weeks, Greek, kind of where I expected it to be, because along that same line of thinking, if we were talking about, 49ers Chiefs, what would this line be? Just 4 or 5 weeks ago, this easily would have been, 49ers by 3, by a full 3. So the fact that it's under that, I think it's again, we're seeing a little bit of a Patrick Mahomes tax. I think it's probably right around where it should be. I think I'd be would have been shocked either way if this was a full 3, one side or the other.
Yeah, I just don't think it's right. I really don't. I hope, it'll be the third week in a row if you have them and they win and cover where they're going to pay off, which is rare in a playoff system, and a team who is the champs. Let's forget that. Nobody mentioned that the Chiefs are the champs. They are the champs, and 3 weeks in a row to get them as an underdog, I think that's very unusual.
It really is, and hey, man, it might mean a lot of money for me and you. So, I'm not going to argue about it, right? I mean, I came on with you guys. I know I was on the Bills that first time, but hey, I've been Chiefs since. I'm Chiefs here. This is as long as it's plus money on the Chiefs, I think that's the way to go. I just pulled up my odds screen right now. I'm actually a little shocked to see, Greek, that we Niners have taken money. This has gotten down to 1.5-1 most places. For most of yesterday, probably late Sunday, all of yesterday, and early this morning, it was 1.5-1. It's back to 2.
Yep.
Most places now around the country, back to that full 2. So I thought that number was interesting. Thought they would get off of that pretty quickly, assuming Chiefs money came in. Chiefs money did come in early, bringing that down from 2.5 down to that 1.5-1 area. But I thought the books were going to be, regardless, were going to be comfortable keeping it under 2 just to avoid any teaser exposure. And that was part of what I did. As soon as lines populated, I grabbed a bit of Chiefs plus 2.5, and I put them in a teaser, teased them up to 8.5 with the game total up. So under 54 is what I'm going on that same game teaser. With those two, but I kind of thought they would remain under 2 just to try to avoid that situation.
Yeah, it is, I don't know. Like I said, I just find it odd. And there are so many props, obviously. There was 504 props released on yesterday by DraftKings. 504 props.
Wow.
Okay. That's not 66. That's 504. And they said there's going to be more today. And people just get so in love with them. And I think they're great, but you and I have talked about it, Kelly. You're talking to Kelly from the Visa Network, where you don't want to get too in love with the props because you want to pick the side, obviously, and then all of a sudden, you lose on prop bets, and that sucks.
Yeah, it really does. I think the biggest piece of advice I give to anybody out there betting the Super Bowl nowadays is we always talk about Super Bowl props because, Greek, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, these weren't widely available to everybody. For every game. Most of what you're seeing booked now for the Super Bowl, they're booking for every single game throughout the NFL season.
Yep.
So it's really, it's kind of lost some of the allure to go and bet a bunch of props that you would never have the ability to bet earlier in the year. And now what I would recommend to people is just for the Super Bowl, I know there's always that attraction because you're going to be watching the game, but if you're betting and trying to bet seriously, there's not really a single bet that you should be making on the game or in the props that you wouldn't be making on any other Sunday in the regular season, right? Yep. And that's because like you said, there's a good way to ruin your Super Bowl experience is to be sitting there and have a bunch of bets that you force just for a viewing experience, and then before you know it, you're down a lot of money by the end of the game.
Oh, yeah, you don't want that.
Happy Sunday then.
No, it's not a happy Sunday. Especially if the team you like wins. Because to me, that sucks. Right. You pick the game right, and then you lose on your props, whatever it may be. McCaffrey didn't go over, or Kelsey didn't catch enough passes. And then you're like, man, I picked a winner. It's tough enough to pick a winner in sports betting.
Exactly.
So if you're on the right side, stay on it. I know one of the biggest things people say as bettors, which I always find mind-blowing, we're talking to Kelly from Visa Network, is I just want to stay even. Well, here's news. If you want to stay even, don't bet. Because if that's your goal.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed to stay even.
Guaranteed.
But am I right or wrong? Have you heard gamblers say that? All the time. And it's, to me, when I hear people say that, they're not sure about their bets. If you're not sure about your bets, don't bet. And again, speaking out of years of experience and mistakes, then you just don't bet. But if you're looking to stay even, last week I said to my buddy, you know what? He asked me if I was ever at Mirage. I said, never lost a dime in there. He goes, did you kick ass? I said, no, I've never been inside. So, you can't lose if you don't bet. And that's what I find crazy.
Right, man.
Let me ask you about the NBA. Is Joe Embiid playing tonight for the Sixers against the Warriors?
That's a big question right now, Greek. That is the big question. We're going to see some MVP odds swing wildly if he doesn't, just like we did yesterday. After he didn't play in that game against Portland, he went from big favorite like he's done all year, deservedly so. And we've got this new rule in the NBA this year. You got to play 65 games to qualify.
Yep.
You can only miss 5 more, so the odds have begun to turn on him. Right now, Nikola Jokic, your favorite, plus 115. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, plus 350. Embiid down to plus 450 now in the market. This is, I wanted to talk to you about this because tonight's the night. If he doesn't go tonight, he is going to be in the. Not only is he's already in jeopardy of not qualifying for the award, but when he went into Denver and everybody got on him, and rightfully so, trying to dodge Jokic over the weekend and not play that, he did not submit his own name for the injury report. The trainers, by all reports, had to tell Joel Embiid he was not playing in that game because his knee was in bad enough shape that he could not play.
Yeah, that was Saturday.
Last night in the Right, exactly. That was Saturday. And then last night in Portland, he doesn't play again. So I think we're trending towards Joel Embiid missing, maybe not serious time here, but missing some time. And he's going to fall out of this MVP race. But having said all that, none of us really know for sure. And if he goes tonight, I would think that's a good signifier that, okay, this actually isn't as big of a deal as we've started to hear this weekend. And maybe there's a chance to actually go bet him later on in a longer number. You'd be rolling the dice a little bit with that. But you could, when he would easily, if that award was given out today, he would be the easy winner. So it's something to monitor because this is a big deal tonight of what happens with the game tonight. And right now, Greek, basically what they did was switch. They basically just switched the equity in the market between Embiid and Jokic. And to me, there's some value on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Giannis Antetokounmpo for MVP right now. Giannis, as of about 4 days ago, was having the highest scoring career and highest scoring year of his career and the most assists he's ever had per game in a season in his career. Mm-hmm. That is something too, more than he had in his MVP season, and his odds are longer than what you're getting at Joel Embiid, Luka Doncic, or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, all on a team who's second place in the Eastern Conference. I think he's a guy who's flying under the radar that you can still get at a little bit longer odds right now that's got a real live chance to get.
Yeah, the thing with Embiid on Saturday, that came out late. The game was at 5:30, and that got dropped. Right. Now, that line was 5.5, 6, depending on where you were shopping. But I was surprised because I heard because my buddy had a huge bet about it, and he got the news late. I was shocked they lost by 6. He pushed, but man, I was shocked. I was definitely shocked that he did.
Really.
Yeah, because I thought they'd get blown out. But again, you got to look who's playing.
No, you totally do, and tonight's a big one too, especially them off of back-to-back. Tyrese Maxey didn't go last night for the Sixers either. They're going into San Francisco to play the Warriors tonight. That's a big game for the Warriors, who obviously been struggling throughout this season. I've laid a little bit of 3.5, just thinking that this market's telling us that Joel Embiid's not playing, and if this game market is telling us that, then we should probably be betting accordingly in the MVP market. That's why I threw out the Giannis bet. I've bet that him a couple times over the past week or so in that market. But yeah, I like the 3.5 small right now. Waiting to see that news. Able to get in front of the line movement on the news if Embiid is out, then I'll be betting pretty big on that Warriors 3.5 tonight.
Some with the MVP that is pretty much traditional is if you like a team, you bet the quarterback to win the MVP. Because usually at least 8 out of 10, the MVPs are always the quarterback. So, again, if you like Chiefs, then you go with Mahomes. If you like Purdy, the 49ers. And instead of sometimes, I have a friend of mine, if he likes one team, he'll bet the opposite quarterback, which you'll get better odds usually on the Super Bowl to win the MVP. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, not always a bad strategy. The last one you just mentioned. I think every year it's different and it depends. We've talked. I think usually when we've seen the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, it's been an almost automatic look to play Patrick Mahomes. I wouldn't always say play him instead of playing the money line, the Chiefs money line.
Yeah.
But you're going to get a little bit of longer odds on Mahomes to win MVP. I would at least be, going half and half or 75-25 money line and then Mahomes MVP. I'll tell you, though, Greek, this year I don't know if you can even be that certain. I do think and this has nothing to do with Taylor Swift, but as big of a couple games as Travis Kelce has had, I think he's a little bit more live than he has been in years past. And we know the one weakness of this Niners defense, and it's the same thing on the Chiefs side of the ball, it is the running game. Mm-hmm. So I think Patrick Mahomes has learned over this past month or so to be very comfortable with what his team is. And his team now is a defense-led team that relies on a running game and uses him to bail him out of situations, right? And I think he's very comfortable with that. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see a huge game out of Isaiah Pacheco as well. I'll be betting over his rushing yards for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the MVP odds on the Hard Rock app. I don't know if you saw them, Jimmy.
Yeah, I did.
Did you? If you could check them.
I did, sure.
I like to see what the quarterback is for the 49ers and see what he is.
Right now, I can tell you guys over at DraftKings, like the money line on the Chiefs plus 105, Patrick Mahomes plus 120 on the money for MVP. So you can kind of see there's a 15-cent difference there.
Yeah.
To me, not worth it this year. Most years it would have been worth it to just bet Mahomes, or bet him as well as that money line. I wouldn't make that jump this year. Brock Purdy's going to be right around plus 225 to 250 is where you're going to see him at.
For MVP, do you have it in front of you, or are you guessing?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at DraftKings odds, so I'm guessing he's around there on Hard Rock, probably around plus 250, something like that.
So he is plus 250 to win the MVP.
Yeah.
Well, he's a better bet than if you got the Chiefs, to me, because, again, if the Niners win, him or McCaffrey are winning the MVP. There's no doubt about it. And I can see them, Mr. Relevant, unrelevant, last pick, and he wins it. So he's a good pick to have. I mean, if you're even throwing out, a couple $100.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, for guys like going back to your friend's strategy, I think for guys like me and you who are on the Chiefs, it's not bad at all.
No.
To hedge a little bit with them. I do think McCaffrey's live. Debo might be live to possibly steal it. But it's a small chance. We're talking about a sub 10% chance of either one of those guys winning it if the Niners win, right? I think what you just laid out, yes, it's usually the quarterback, and especially when you've got a story like Brock Purdy does. If he has a game like we just saw him have on this past Sunday, yes, he's winning that award if they win that game.
Yeah, and it's higher odds because, again, if you're going to bet the Chiefs and you want to protect a little, you put $400 on him to win the MVP, you win $1,000, and that could protect your bet for the Chiefs. The average sports book bet is $25 for the average person. We're not talking, whales and people who come in because everybody always sees crazy numbers. What I want to see, Kelly, is who's Drake betting. And then I'm going the other way.
It's a good way to go, man.
Yeah, it sure is. Because he loses his ass. He wins a lot, but he loses a lot too. So I like when I want to see what he does and who he's going to bet on to go the other way. But again, do you see this line going to 3 or actually going backwards where the Chiefs be given 1 or no?
Man, So before I just hopped on with you, I would have definitely said I would have seen this continuing to go to the Chiefs side, and maybe we saw a couple pickups. I'm just shocked that I'm looking at my odds screen, and we're back up to 2s most places.
Yeah.
So clearly we had some people come in and bet the Niners pretty heavily today, which, I'm not shocked by. I think you can make a case.
Yeah.
I think you can make a case for either side in this game, right? If we did the old school, okay, who's got the better quarterback? Okay, it's the Chiefs. Who's got the better coaches? It's the Chiefs. Yep. If you go through that whole side of things, it's almost the Chiefs every answer.
That's why it surprises me to line. I mean, but the Chiefs defense, I said it today earlier to Jimmy, has been playing a lot better, a great defense, and in the playoffs. The Niners both times got torched on defense.
Just the experience between Purdy and Mahomes alone should mean something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Purdy's going to walk to the stadium and he's going to get ID'd.
Yeah. You here to fix the IT problem we got going on?
What's going on?
We need your credentials, sir. What's going on?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He looks like he could work at Caesars in one of the cages. It's just crazy, like I said. And the Niners' defense has not been good. I mean, they really haven't. They shut down Detroit in the second half. But the other thing is really what's crazy, and people are talking about the games and everything, how certain teams go away from game plans. Like the Ravens, Lamar is not a drop-back passer, and they only ran the ball 8 times in the whole game. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And the same thing with Detroit.
Yeah.
Like, they torched the Niners first half running, 168 yards. Second half, they didn't run at all.
Yeah, that Ravens performance, it was tough to watch. I would hate to say it, but I thought it was a little bit predictable. It felt very much like Lamar Jackson he was going to go out there and prove to the world that he could beat the best with his arm and dropping back and passing the ball, and that is not what makes him a great quarterback. And I thought when they went into halftime, they'd make adjustments, and we'd see them coming out with heavy personnel, running him off and running the running backs off, and mind-blowing to me what that game turned into and what they chose to do offensively.
Good. I mean, again, I was shocked about it, like I said, but, I mean, I had the Ravens long, the big ticket. Today I could put that ticket on my windshield and throw it on 95, but, again, it was worth the shot. And before I let you go, you see this kid on the NFL Network, Peter, he's predicted the last 4 Super Bowls correct in August, and he picked the Chiefs and the Niners, and he picked the Chiefs to win 34-28. So there's the over.
There you go from old Peter Strager. All right, I like it. I didn't know he was on that kind of a roll. That'd be nice to know. Wish I could tell you that every year.
Oh, always. Kelly, you're the best. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I know you got some things going on. We'll go back next week to Wednesdays and stay out of trouble next week. And is there an increase in hookers this week? Do you see a lot more girls on the street?
You tell me. I bet you they're all flying in from down there.
The place is empty down here.
Out to Vegas.
I drove a couple to the airport today. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. Summer and Diamond.
Kelly, you're the best, buddy. Stay hot.
Thanks, fellas.
You're the best. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone again. Always sponsored by personal injury lawyer Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180.
Mahomes plus 120, Purdy plus 190, McCaffrey plus 400, and Kelsey plus 1,400 for a Super Bowl MVP. I've got the whole list. We can go over it again. I did find it. It took me a while. I'm sorry about that. But it is on there on the Hard Rock app.
All right, so then my suggestion to pick him as MVP would work great because he's plus 200, Purdy.
Yep. Or if you want, I mean, if you think the Chiefs are going to win, man, I tell you what, I'd take Travis Kelsey for plus 1,400.
Yeah, he's
that's pretty good for a guy that, could very well get it.
My theory is to protect your bet. So if you bet the Chiefs, I'm not betting anybody. And if I want to bet the Niners, I don't want to bet, the same thing. So I'm looking to protect my money at 2-1. So Purdy would do that.
Sure.
So if you bet, say, the game, you're an average guy, you bet the game $100. Mm-hmm. You bet $50 on Purdy, and you protect yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
It is the Greek Zone. I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we love doing it every day. This is about handicapping, sports betting, and life. We'll be back tomorrow. Jimmy, thanks for all your help. Great show.
Thank you, Greek. Have a great afternoon, bud.
And again, everybody always wants one college pick. Or NBA basketball pick. Tonight, I'm going to go with San Diego State and Illinois. We'll check back with you guys tomorrow. Peace.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's going to be a sunny and cool Tuesday out there. High temperatures only near 70 degrees, which is a little below average for this time of year. Low humidity, nice and comfortable. A north wind near 5 to 10 miles per hour. Back in the 50s again for us overnight, so another chilly start to Wednesday. Back near 70, though, for tomorrow afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance is making it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature